Well, hello everybody that's out there in the YouTube universe that's being kind enough to join us. I'll apologize ahead of time if I'm bending down or whatever. My dog is scared from fireworks right now, and she's very antsy around me and recovering from an injury, so she's a handful right now. I want to say hi to Robert Varner and David Stewart is out there. Hopefully he can join us. And Lynn is here. Martin Hild is here. Um, and let's see who else we got. Luke S is here. Luke is here. Bob Our Photos. And so we've only got 8 people in here, so we're not going to do any serious discussion, at least not right away. We'll just say our hellos to you. And hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody has had a chance to take some images. I know I have not taken any, and this is like stir crazy, driving me nuts. I haven't taken a picture in 2 weeks. You know, I mean, this week was take care of the dog. The week before that was doctor's appointments like every other day. And I'm sure for many of you, the weather in the United States and many parts of the country has been absolutely horrible, between extremely hot and humid weather and a lot of rain in different areas, that not exactly conducive to photography endeavors whatsoever. I mean, very difficult. Hello, Ava. Good to see you. Yeah, okay. Robert's saying that fireworks scare his cats. Yeah, I mean, you know, down here, people just don't seem to know when to shut off the fireworks. I mean, it's not supposed to be a month-long celebration, and obviously they don't have pets, otherwise they wouldn't be doing it at all. But not much you could do about it. But anyway, some of the things we're going to talk about tonight. You know, obviously we talk a little bit about you know, some of the rumors from the different rumor channels. I did get a little bit more information on the 2 Canon cameras that we'll share, and we have, you know, Chuck in here with us again. I mean, Chuck is basically loosening up and getting ready for a knockout punch and come back and give us a couple good rants, you know, to get us going. But we're going to talk some lenses. I know Gray's had a live stream, and Roy was, I believe, had popped in on that. I got to watch it late. I didn't see the whole thing, but I'm going to be grilling Roy, I told him, and making him talk tonight to talk about certain lenses. And as you can see, he made it to his secret hideaway on the 3rd floor of his house, and he's surrounded by his toys. So right now he's a happy man until he has to figure out how to get downstairs.
A problem for later.
He might have to sit in a cardboard box and just slide down the stairs and enjoy the ride. I don't know what he's going to do, but
I'll work it out later.
Yeah, David's asking if you're backwards, if you got to mirror your picture or not. He's asking if you're backwards. I'm gonna get out of this. I got a few things open here I got to get rid of. So first I'm going to do is I'm going to put up the reminder. We have the photo review next Saturday night. We only have right now 25 images. So we're like way behind where we have normally been for the last several months. So I'm hoping everybody, you know, kicks it in high gear and don't get hung up. Like I said, I haven't been able to shoot in a couple weeks for various reasons. So you're probably in that same situation. Is go back and pull some old images up. It doesn't have to be something that you took yesterday or something that you took last week. I mean, share something you took 10 years ago. Who really cares? It's just sharing what you like to take pictures of. So it could be an old image, a new image, black and white, color, it doesn't matter, whatever you want to share. But we're at 25 right now. I'll put up the reminder here in a second on the bottom of the screen, or below my chin, right below my chin. Uh, submit photos of August 3rd, next Saturday. Get them to me the day before by noontime, 12 p.m. Eastern time. And, if you can make the file sizes small, that's great. But, if you want to send a larger version, I got enough storage where I can handle it. I'm not, like I said, I don't save any of these images. They are usually deleted from everything is deleted from my computer that I get within 24 hours. Of the show being over.
On
And
purpose or by accident?
Yeah, I'm not trying to, to make any special photo of the month book of any kind, where I plagiarize all your work. That isn't going to happen. So, and I'm also going to say, might as well put it up here too. We'll do it. Oops, we'll do it early if I can get to it here. I will put this up now and share it. And we'll put this up since we're killing a little bit of time here. And I will make it bigger. And so here's a list of the folks. Chuck's in here, and this is a list of some of the folks that are kind enough to come on the show and are somewhat regulars on the show that have either Instagram accounts or YouTube channels, which you may be interested in checking out because, as Chuck always did, we want to try to continue promoting those who have small channels. I qualify for that as well. And, check them out. I mean, I go to all these folks' channels. I mean, I can't say religiously every single week, but I try to go to them just to keep in touch with what's going on their channel and what they're talking about and what they're doing. And of course, John Ishii has had a very successful series of videos with Mr. Wu talking about old gear and stuff like that. So that has worked out very, very well for him. And the guy is, Mr. Wu is a very interesting person and very knowledgeable. And oh my goodness, I can't believe he's going to join us tonight. He's got to be he's going to have black eyes. I guarantee you. We bring him on here, he's going to have black eyes. Mr. Gustavo, he survived Iceland. You're not a block of ice. It's amazing.
No. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I was worried that maybe that there was a Gustavo frozen figure bobbing in and out of the water in Iceland.
Almost, and I arrived only about a half an hour ago. Took a shower and came here just to say hello for a little while because my energy is on the low side. But
the low side.
Nice to see you guys.
Good to see you too. I mean, now since before you tap out and fall asleep on us, why don't you tell us about the trip and how many pictures you took and what kind of pictures you took? I mean, obviously, I know you took birds whenever you could, but share your adventure with the rest of us that are sitting in the hot, muggy weather while you're getting a tan on an iceberg somewhere.
Yes, apart from the traveling, which is always stressful, the time there was wonderful. Like Terry sent me a couple of text messages before I left. It was raining a lot, but the few days. But no, it was a great experience for sure. So I have a wonderful time. I don't know how many pictures I took because I only copy the cards, didn't even open them. Didn't have the energy to open them. Even today, we were going. Today started at 4:00 in the morning in Iceland time. No, it's a great destination. It's It's safe, has wonderful landscapes, and for sure, and animals. Okay, the weather is what you expect in the Arctic. Correct? It's going to be cloudy, rainy, all sort of weather. Right? I think the temperature was like between 50 and 55 every day.
Yeah.
Of course, there was supposedly 2 hours of uh, darkness, but it never got dark. So
Well, now
uh,
how now this was your first trip there, correct?
yes, and
So would you go back? I guess that's the first
oh,
thing everybody would
for
ask you.
sure, it was wonderful, and thank you. I see Martin just say hi here. Martin provided me with some input. I see David also provided me with some input, and my wife uh, do some due diligence, correct, and got informed. No, everything was okay. I lost one day of travel going in because the connection here from Denver, that plane didn't leave in time. So I ended actually returning back home and sleeping at home. That's my son telling me, uh, glad for letting him know that I arrived. So I went to the airport, check in, put the baggage through, and lost the connections in Chicago. So came back, all right, and to the home, waited for 4 hours, went back to the airport to pick my luggage, and started the trip the next day. so so we lost an entire day. But actually, that day was more stressful than the day that we travel.
So
You know that.
what did you end up bringing with you for gear? What did you take with you?
Actually, that's one of the learnings on all this, correct? You always bring too much gear and too much clothing. That's a motto. You have to put all your gear and say, what do I really like to have? Because otherwise you carry too much stuff. No, I took the 20 millimeter uh, because there is a lot of landscape opportunities. I took the 24 to 120, ended
Yeah.
being one of the main lenses for
Yeah.
sure. Right? I mean, what we said, that
Mhm.
is such a utilitarian lens that was on the C8 all the time. And then I didn't take the 600 TC or the 800. I took the 600 PF because it's smaller, right?
Yeah.
And that was mostly in the C9, correct? And I took the 100 to 400. So actually, the lens that I used the least was the 100 to 400.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
because I mean, the people here that have been in Iceland for is a paradigm for landscape photography, which I am not, correct? But you pretend to be one when you are in such a place, correct?
Well,
So
you have to take advantage of what you see, and I'm
exactly.
sure all the birds were easy to take pictures of because they're all frozen, right?
Well, no, not really. But so I did some. I managed to take some pictures, so they own the function perfectly well for that. But it's the first. It's our first trip there. Um, so you have to see the sights, right? It's like
hey,
if you go to Yellowstone, you have to visit all the touristic places. The
hey,
the
that
the Yellowstone Falls. Yes, Chuck, go ahead.
you get a deer in your backyard.
Yeah, they took uh, care of my property when I wasn't there. You see,
They're
Yeah,
running around. They're running around behind you through your windows. You got
yeah,
deer running around.
yeah.
exactly. They say,
Yeah, it's
"Papi's
crazy.
home, Papi's home."
Yeah, yeah. You see, you must see now. You just proved that you probably feed these animals when you're
Actually,
home.
I don't, but I noticed that when I'm not here, they really, they say, "Okay, this is actually, we borrow the house from them." Correct.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, no. So I actually saw one of the babies as well. So they,
yeah.
they have the house for themselves. They don't have the guy with the camera chasing them around. Look,
They're there. Come.
you see the babies? These are babies.
Yeah, they're just going back and forth. It's crazy.
Yeah, they are.
Exactly.
We'll just sit here and look out your window. How's that?
Yeah,
Exactly.
move the camera.
But in summary, definitely a place that I would recommend. Uh, uh, is very safe, correct? The it's the f- I think Mr. Ishii mentioned that the food can be a challenge. Actually, for us, it was fine. We love it, correct? But you have to be prepared to accommodate, correct? And I know John is well traveled, so he know how to do that. It's a developed place. It's very very safe, and um, so I would recommend it to everybody. Actually, I could have stayed another 2 days or 3 days, the days that are lost, plus a couple of more. But I typically like my trips to be like 2 weeks. After
Yeah.
third week, you start missing your home. Correct.
Hey, Joey, we got Joey in here. So,
So-
Hey guys.
And it's
Gustavo's talking about his trip to Iceland, and how many hours did it take you to get there real time? I mean, with the
I
time
think
change and
from
everything.
after we lost the first day, the second day that we tried, our connection was through Newark, correct? So from Newark to there was like five and a half hours.
Yeah.
So it's not that super long, but it's the connections, as you know. Yes, if the connection gets screwy, I know what happened to you. That is a problem, correct? And then, of course, going through all the checking points and everything. But there are many ways to do it. Actually, people complain sometimes that Iceland is a little bit expensive, and it can be expensive. But to tell you the truth, it's a country that lend to any kind of budget, because I saw a lot of people, camping, the rent a car and camp, many camping grounds and all that. Or you can go, people that go to Iceland and then they hop in a cruise and they go around the island, or people like I did and Martin recommended that way.
I'm gonna be predisposed here for about 1 minute.
Yes.
So I'm gonna kill my
keep
mic.
talking. And I feel that while I still have the energy of having taken a shower, I can talk a little bit. So, so I would encourage people. It's a great place. The way we did it was we rented a car, and then we will go to a location and spray. That's the way my wife and I like it. Spend 3 nights in that location, and then from there you visit all the sites, and you move your bags to another location, and then you drive. Martin made a recommendation to me to rent a 4-wheel drive car. Turned out to be a great suggestion, because the main road is that goes around the island, which is what we did. Is the main highway is it's very well maintained, but there is a lot of dirt roads.
Yeah.
Right? And so you will see the photos. I probably later on I send you a couple of images that my wife took of me when I was taking photos.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
That's good.
there, but actually, Chuck, don't crucify me for that. But I tell you, I would have taken one of the lenses out, probably the 100 to 400,
Mm-hmm.
and do more with the iPhone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because to simplify yourself, it's always good. Correct?
Yeah. Best camera is the one in your hand.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I tell you, I sometimes was taking a photo, and I know, I was careful. Okay, I'm not blowing the highlights, and I'm doing this, and my wife would take a photo for my son just to send it right away. And the photo from the iPhone, which has a lot of computing
Yeah.
in there, it already looks quite good.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah. They do. I know.
So as a second camera or as a
It's all
third,
right.
it really works, right?
Good.
Totally.
But it's, simplification is the thing. But it's a wonderful place for the landscape. I mean, but you have to bear with the weather. Okay? The best suggestion that anybody can have is have a raincoat. Correct? Many days we were walking and to to a particular waterfall. There is a zillion waterfalls, right?
Yeah.
One more spectacular than the other. So we were walking to the waterfall, and we were walking with drizzling rain. It's a maritime type of weather, correct? It's like England. It's that little constant that soak to the bone. And the other thing, guys, and a pat in the back for us here. The weather seal of the Nikon, fantastic, right?
Good.
I never even put a proper cover, but I was all the time, going into the rain, taking the photo, coming to
Yeah.
the car with a little towel that I got from the hotel, and then dry it up and continue.
It's
Correct?
good. It's good.
That's the way it's supposed to be for us, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. Now, did you? Well, yeah, I heard you say plenty of waterfalls, which, yeah, I know that's one of their big things. Were you able to try to mimic Mr. Stewart's Aurora Borealis shots?
No, this time of the year, because the basically the sunset supposedly
Yeah.
was like 11:35 or something like that, and the sunrise was like 3 a.m. Correct, but between 11:35 and 3 a.m. it was blue hours.
Never got dark,
It
right?
never got dark. So
Okay.
I think you have to wait until September
Yeah.
to start
Okay.
seeing the aurora. I would have loved to see it. But this time of the year is not for a. On the other hand, you get it's very green, right? It's very green. There is a lot of flowers, right? And the birds are nesting. Now, going back to not the landscape side, but the birding side. As I told you, I was with my wife, and we needed to visit the site. But the last few days, she let me do a little bit more of that. So I managed to photograph the puffins, which was one of the
Yeah, that's a winner. Those are winner shots, I'm sure.
couple of times in a couple of locations. And Martin, no, because I was asking him about that. And yesterday, I saw some red-breasted loon, correct, with a chick. The good thing for us that do birding here in the United States is that a lot of the waders, correct, like they are here in their summer, sorry, in the winter plumage, right? When you see them there, they are in their breeding plumage, right? They get mostly the Arctic European species, correct? So
Yeah.
I'm sure I will be consulting with Martin and Luis later on to make sure that I make the proper identification. But I would say, guys, we spend a lot of money in gear. I know we do, but the best money, in my opinion, spent is traveling. Correct?
Now, if you were to go back, or I won't say if, I'll say when you go back, because I know you'll probably go back again.
Yeah.
Would you go at the same time, or would you try to go at a different time of the year?
I will be tempted to go again in the summer, probably a little bit early, because then you can visit some of the. Since now I have done all the fosses, they call it fosses, the waterfall. Okay, it's something some foss, and that's so every. Now that I had done all that portion, I can do a little bit more of the out of the beaten track locations, correct?
Yeah.
Use more the four-wheel drive and get into the places that are less touristic. One thing is and of course, as you know, traveling is experiencing the new culture, correct? And dealing with the people, a lot of tourists this time of the year, that's a problem. But my wife and I were in the locations, typically at 6:30 in the morning, and the tourists, if you arrive to the location before the tourist buses arrive, then you are in good shape. If you arrive 10 o'clock and there is three full buses of people, then you really have to you have to struggle. But
See, that's the advantage of being a wildlife guy. We're used to being up very, very early.
exactly.
We're not going out there to start taking pictures at 10 o'clock.
Oh, we were probably in so many cases, and also with the change of timing, right? We many times we were the first in the parking lot. Actually, this we do also when we travel other places, correct? If the breakfast is included in the hotel, sometimes my wife and I go and do an outing and come back to the hotel for the breakfast, correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So that way we beat the busy season, and it's slightly better experience if you don't have, and of course the sun is out, right? So it's not like you have trouble seeing some. So I would recommend it definitely. I would say nobody should get intimidated. There is like any country, but that's part of the enjoyment of traveling. Is the different cultures. The first day, let me tell you one thing.
Now, how far from where your hotel, did you stay at one hotel?
No. The way we like to do it is we move hotel every 3 or 4 days, so that we
Okay.
have a location, and then we travel all the sites, and then we move location, then travel all the sites. Right? I would have added another location for sure. I think we were in apart from Reykjavik, we were in 3 other locations, and we lost one day in Reykjavik. I would have preferred to have 5 different locations and maybe add an extra day, because there was a day, that you are in the car traveling all day. Then you take a detour of 1 hour going one direction and 1 hour going back. Then the 6-day trip becomes a 8-hour trip, and that's taxing on you.
Yeah.
But
So you would, I guess, well, knowing you and I'm sure your wife, you were very particular about kind of laying out exactly where you wanted to go, and while you were at each hotel, how far you wanted to go out from each hotel location and everything like that.
Yeah.
But is like the weather that you encountered with the pretty good amount of rain is there a different part of time of the year where you wouldn't have that much rain? And are you in the rainy season
I don't know for sure, but because it's an island in the middle of the northern Atlantic, I suspect the weather is always
kind of like that.
Exactly. It's like Ireland. They don't call it the Green Isle for no reason, correct?
Yeah, it's not green because they use spray paint.
and we live in the UK too. It rains a lot, so Roy, it's more like an UK type of weather.
Yeah.
But colder, correct? But colder on this time of the year. It's like and you have all sort of weather, but it was wonderful. A lot of people go and also go to the thermal areas, one of the big thermal areas to bathe, and the so-called Blue Lagoon, but that area is currently closed because of the volcanic activity in the same peninsula, right? But we were not doing that. Other people do that. We were more interested in looking at all the sites, and of course, looking at some of the birds. So, but I think there is people here in the chat. I think Martin. I don't know how many times.
Yeah, Martin, Maribel's here. Greg Corker just popped in. Robert Daniels is asking if there's any imagery from the Olympics yet showing cameras. Be honest with you, I haven't watched 5 minutes of Olympic coverage. I'm not really into it that much. So, personally,
Well, I mean, there's some photos that the Canadian team took that they probably shouldn't have. The women's team got fined and penalized by FIFA because they were flying drones over and spying on other teams.
Ooh.
I wasn't the pilot.
You probably taught them how to use those drones, though, didn't you, Joey?
No English.
Yeah.
By the way, Joey,
Français, French Canada.
Drones have become a problem there too, because obviously with that magnificent landscape, people used to do a lot of drones. If you watch YouTube channels, you will see a lot of the Iceland photography has a lot of drone footage. But now you get to the sites and no drone. So you probably have seen that when you get to a place that is kind of isolated and you see a guy that is uh, kind of acting suspicious, it's probably nothing bad. It's just that he's flying a drone. He doesn't want. So
He doesn't
anybody
want to
that
get
acts
into trouble.
suspicious in Iceland is flying a drone.
Well, what's their regulations there? I mean, is it legal or illegal?
In many of the sites, national parks for sure. There's one national park we were very close, but in many of the locations that go to the tourists, now it's illegal. It used to be legal, but so the people that do the drone go to all the locations that are off the beaten path. But you can see you get to a parking lot, correct? To photograph, something, a volcano, correct? A volcano crater, and it's not one of the main attractions. Then you see several people in the car park, and when the car park get quieter, then there is a guy that is. You say, what is this guy doing? You always have your radar, your antenna to watch what is going on, correct? And well, you bet your dollar that is a guy that wants to fly a drone, but he doesn't want to have that many people in the parking lot.
Well, there's a deer behind you, Gustavo, in your back right window. There's a deer marching across.
Yeah,
running around the whole show here. We get free entertainment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bambi,
Bring the
and it's called Bambi and Friends. It's a 1-hour video coming soon to a theater near you.
Brought to you by Gustavo Incorporated.
That's right.
It's a wonderful place. So for sure. So highly recommended. Guys, don't be afraid. Just spend your money traveling. Now that we have equipment.
Did your wife enjoy it as much as you did, or
for sure she enjoyed it. The only thing, Jeff, is that one thing I would recommend for people like me. All right, I have been going to exercising. I have been exercising for about now a couple of months. It paid off because there is a lot of walking, correct? Yeah. And so we have been, my wife and I have been in the treadmill every day for 20 minutes, right? And that really pay off there, because otherwise it would have been a stress test of the bad kind.
Yeah.
So because there is a lot of walking, going to the different places. I mean, the guys can tell you here, correct? So no.
I hope you can sneak in a couple puffin photos for the photo review next week.
Oh, for sure. I'm sure.
I'm
I have seen them.
I'm a big Puffin fan because you have one area I've never had the opportunity to go. I mean, there's one little island that you have to. A certain person has licensing agreement to go to this island. Only one person that I know of, that can bring you to a place in Maine where you can get the puffins in Maine. And someday I hope to do that, but it's very, very hard to. It's booked way, 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 way ahead. It's very hard to get an appointment to be able to go see them. But I'd love to see them. They're just so interesting looking, colorful. With the faces.
Jeff, in the second island, in the second puffin location, the first puffin location was much better for photography. Okay? The second location was much better to see the puffins. They were at this distance from me. It was wide angle type of photography, but that's one of the places that, because we did it on one of these long moving from hotel days, correct? And we arrived after the big group of tourists arrived there, and I mean, there is like a broad walk, correct, around the nesting site. You could touch them. Obviously, you're not allowed to do that, but that close you were. They don't fear humans. Okay?
Wow.
So you really can see them, but but that location photographically was not the best. And actually, I got one PDF book about bird photography for Iceland, which I would recommend when I do a proper presentation that gives you all the locales. Okay, if you are into that, they basically say yes, you can see a lot of puffins here, but it's not the easiest one to work. Correct? Because
Now, when you're saying bears, I'm assuming you're talking polar bears.
no, there is no polar bears. I mean, apparently, every now and then there is one that gets stranded in Iceland, but there is no,
Okay.
no polar bears. There are Arctic foxes, but they are hunted, very difficult to see. But all the wading birds, the all the seabirds, fulmars, and all that kind of stuff, guillemots, which I didn't see that many of those because I didn't go to the particular islands where I needed to travel.
I'm glad your wife had a great time too. I mean,
Oh
that's
no,
important. That's
she
important.
was. We have a great time and doing the long walks to the you feel you feel younger after you get into the rhythm, right? You pay
Well,
in the night.
I'm sure. Well, you live in a spot where I'm sure your air quality is pretty good where you live, but I'm sure that the air there is a considerably cleaner.
Oh, yes, it's definitely. Actually, I heard that there was some few days here in the Denver area that bad weather because of the smoke coming from Canada and
Yep.
and
No,
California.
really, it was nuts here, man. Like Jasper basically burned to the ground. I'm sure you guys heard about that. Like
Wow,
we had an
that's so sad
11 out
to
of
hear.
10 on the air index. Yeah, it was. Well, like, shout out to everyone living up in Jasper and northern Alberta. It was crazy. Like, just these iconic landmarks in a small town literally got burned to the ground. Like, it was crazy. Like, we're lucky we're in southern Alberta, so we didn't really see it. But, like, in the air, we felt it. Like, we had an 11 out of 10 on the index for a solid 2-3 days in a row there. And yeah, the whole town basically got evacuated, and they had to actually evacuate the first responders because it was too dangerous for them to even quell the flames, and it even blew up the gas station. So it was pretty serious for sure.
Man,
See, one of my colleagues, ex-colleagues, when I was still working, have a project. Where I think the project didn't go along, didn't pass through, but because part of the problem in Canada, and in particular in that area around Jasper, is the pine beetle kill of the trees. So there is a lot of fuel on that pine, the pine trees, correct? So he wanted to have a project to see whether it was economically viable not to use. I mean, there is a lot of paper making in that region there, but to use
Especially
some
in
of the
BC. Yeah.
to cut some of the dead tree and create some sort of fuel that can be high graded for heating. But the economics didn't work out. But he has a patent and everything because that's the main problem. They have so much excessive fuel because of the pine beetle kills. I mean, the forest. We went through that here in Colorado. Uh, Probably now 5 years ago that you would look at the mountains and uh, half of the trees in the mountains
Completely
were brown.
dulled. Yeah. Yeah. Well, BC was really where it was spreading a lot. The province was able, like Alberta was like neighbors with BC, was able to do a bunch of controlled burns to try to eradicate them. And then we luckily had some of the most bitter winters for like 2 years in a row. And that actually killed off a good amount of the population. But, my old man, I remember he went on a fishing trip down to Montana. I don't know, maybe 10, 15 years ago. I was pretty little when he went. On the way down, the border control checked for firearms, check to make sure there's no guns or anything. I mean, it'd be weird if guns went from Canada into the US, but whatever, that was what they were looking for. And on the way back, they were looking for firewood because they were
Wow.
worried about pine beetles coming up from Montana. So it was like, it's been a weird one, the challenges they've had, but the real challenge for them this year is just how dry it's been. You guys probably heard about the forest fires last year in BC, but, we got a ton in Alberta as well. And I mean, yeah, we had maybe 2 extra months of a bit more rain this year than we did last year, but that doesn't account for the lack of snow we had over the winter. You know, the last 2 winters we've had, there's been, you know, exponentially less snow than we usually get year over year. And that's really what saturates the forests. And I mean, obviously, after a certain amount of time, a forest burns down, then grows again.
Yeah.
But it seems, but even with that in mind, some of these forests that are burning down, like they're all different ages. It doesn't really 100% make sense for some of them, right? And I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, you know, our climate is changing. You know, what how much of an impact we have on that is debatable. I won't go into that, but you know, I have seen now enough years in a row now of very different climate than I grew up in even 10 years ago. And it's kind of scary. And it's sad because there's these beautiful places that people come from all over the world to see. And even my in-laws, they were planning on going up to Jasper right after the wedding. Well, the place you're planning on staying is now ash, right? Like that's a very real cause and effect, you know, and it's crazy. It's yeah, it's a bummer for sure.
Oh, it's funny you talk about the, you know, comment on the time for the growth to come back and everything. I had an email conversation with Jim Eads, aka Real Nikon Lover, because they got fires in California right now too. And he sent me some images of the skyline, you know, where you could see the, you know, the coloration due to the smoke, you know, and the fires going on and everything. And I made a comment and I said, well, you know, not having really ever lived somewhere, let's say, where thousands and thousands of acres being, or tens of thousands of acres being on fire is not something I've ever had to experience in my lifetime. So my question to him was, you know, like, well, when a forest gets torched like that and you're talking so many thousands of acres, I mean, in general, you know, how many years does it take for that forest to recover, you know? And obviously if it's just like a lot of low growing things, you know, those come back relatively quick. But when you're talking like good sized trees, I mean, you could be talking 2 or 3 decades before you get trees back that are the same height as what was there that got burned down. And you know, that's scary when you hear about all the, you know, I mean, California has had bad fires. Like you said, you've had them bad for 2 years, you know, now your second year in a row or whatever. And California seems to have a trend of fire issues every year, it seems like, you know, there. And you know, we do need trees to survive, you know, and here they are all getting burned down. And if it takes, you know, 2 decades or 3 decades for them to grow back, I mean, that should make many of us nervous, I would think, you know?
Yeah, well, the amount of oxygen that they produce.
Yeah. Why worry about this thing, man? And
you know, but it's interesting. I looked up redwoods because obviously they had some redwoods that burned, and found some interesting information about redwoods. You know, because there's like a high content of what they call tannic acid in the bark in redwood trees that almost acts like asbestos. And depending on the type of redwood tree, if it's a coast, what they call a coast redwood, you could have bark like 1 foot thick bark, you know, that is filled with this tannic acid. And then you have the Sierra redwoods, which can be 2 feet thick. And because that material that's in the bark almost acts like an insulator, it's really, really hard for redwood trees to burn down. You could have a fire in a redwood forest, and they'll usually survive. And I actually found an article on the internet where trees that they thought were burned, like in totally redwoods that they thought were destroyed in 2020, actually have buds coming out of them now from stored energy that they're figuring is hundreds of years old. That and they got fresh buds coming out of them, and they thought they were literally, no pun intended, toast, that they were done.
Some of the forests have to have fire, correct? Some fire, not this monster fire.
Yeah.
I mean, even I believe, and my Californian friend can tell me, but even the giant sequoias, in order for the seed to germinate, okay, it requires fire, okay, but it requires, some sort of ground fire, and they have some protection around in the trunk so that they don't burn the crown. Okay, so these forests are involved with fire, but these high level of intensity fires, like you're experiencing in Jasper, obviously are not the ones that co-evolve with them. Correct? So
yeah, they're not controlled. They're not like the usual sort of like half the forest burns down, then it recovers. Like, I mean, even when I was a kid, I remember when Waterton burned. That's just north of Montana, just right near the Alberta border there, and it's growing back. And like it felt like a big fire at the time, for sure. I mean, I was a kid, but I remember the forest fire smoke, and we were down near Waterton at that point. But just the scale of the fires in BC and Alberta this year, it feels different. It's not something that is controllable or something that even first responders can really deal with. Like, even last year they had to fly in firefighters from all over the world just to try to get things somewhat under control, and the army was involved, and that was right at the end of the summer. And do you know what ended the forest fires? For snow. That was the only thing that actually stopped them. And we're used to having pockets of them in different parts of the province, and like that's normal. Like, that's something that we're always prepared for. But this is just not something that anyone was really. I mean, we were expecting something, but not this. And yeah, what David's saying, 60 plus years. I mean, yeah, some of the trees that you see in these northern regions of the province, they're huge. I mean, they're not redwood height by any means. Like, they're not that big, but they're big trees that take basically 2/3 of a human lifetime to grow to any size. Yeah.
But, it's just we hope that no one got hurt, everybody got out.
I think they did. We didn't have any casualties, for at least from what I've heard from earlier reports. Everyone was evacuated.
People don't have homes anymore, I'm sure. And that's a devastating thing right there in itself. So, I mean, but being alive is you want to make sure you make it out of there. But man, now you got to deal with the aftermath, which is horrible for so many thousands of people. Horrible.
So that's why they sometimes are doing a lot more prescribed fires, which are small fire to take the undergrowth and some of those trees that had died. That seemed to be a better management, but for decades, the practice was to prevent fires at all costs. So the combination probably of fire prevention over decades, plus climate change, has all contributed to these mega fires now that we are experiencing.
Yeah. No, definitely. And that's good. That's a really good point, Gustavo. Like, the amount of fire control that there has been in the national parks for probably the last, 50, 60 years, as the technology of firefighting got better, they're like, we can't let these trees burn down. There are national park, you know what I mean? So yeah, that's a really good point as well. As there was probably a lot of different regions of the park that were due for this sort of rebirth, right? Because that's really what the fire signifies. But oh, cool. So about 2 years after the fire, you guys are saying, oh no, sorry. So 1990, 2000, so about a decade.
Yeah.
Then that's not bad. I mean, 10 years, like it's not nothing, but I mean, I feel like that makes sense. 10 years, you can kind of see things kind of not necessarily get back to what they were, but be a young forest.
Where I live, I mean, pretty soon, we're having they'll do some controlled burns and stuff. But the thing is, down here, they're building so much, they're cutting all the trees down anyway. So with our problems that we're going to have is that we're not going to have a buffer when we have the hurricanes coming through, because we got no tree buffer anymore. Tree buffer's going away. And we get a lot more flooding because you don't have tree roots to suck up the water. as you cut them all down. You have nothing, and so a lot of areas that never flooded before are now flooding when we have a storm come through. So
you know what? This is about the same deal as getting or talking about all the peoples and everything and right or whatever. And so what do you think Nikon is going to do with the G band or the God, everything they plan in the gene or whatever. What are they going to do in the Nikon light up?
oh well, yeah, we should probably jump to camera discussion at some point here.
Yeah.
Cameras.
I take the hint, Mr. Chuck.
Okay.
So there was some discussion on Nikon rumors, and then in some other internet chatter about I don't want to say it was like major stuff, but they I guess they interviewed the president of Nikon, and he was talking about Red's gonna talking about the purchase of Red again, and that you may eventually see 16-bit Red technology in Nikon cameras, and maybe the Red color science will get into the Nikon cameras.
That means the next 2 or 3
You're talking years from now.
No, 2.5, 3 years.
Yeah, 2 to 3 years. Yeah, but now the one thing they could do, obviously anything that is strictly a firmware type of thing, they could share that back and forth and get that into potentially put some firmware enhancements that benefit both parties before then. But in terms of like a brand new camera that has Red technology in it, or a brand new Red that has some Nikon technology in it, that's, like Chuck said, that's 2, 3, 4 years away. But firmware is a different story. That could happen sooner.
2 to 3 is 2 to 3 years away. But now, what does Red have in that they could share with Nikon?
Well, they're a lot of their video stuff could be implemented. Their compression, their way they compress their files, could get put in there. They supposedly have phenomenal color science in their cameras. I couldn't tell you if supposedly it's many times better than what Nikon has, because everybody talks about how good Nikon's color science is, but they seem to be very excited about Red's color science, so they must think it's better, or they wouldn't be talking about it.
Well, do anybody has a clear with what the Red, can have it? I mean,
I
don't think
dynamic range is really good from what I've seen, like from test footage. Like I think that the color science and the dynamic range and the compression are kind of like the 3 big ones. Like I think outside of that, I mean, they've actually been kind of stale the last couple of years. They haven't really had any new releases that like professional videographers have been super stoked on. But those 3 pieces that they do have, though, are still pretty top class.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then as David Stewart's saying here, and is they do have global shutter. So who knows? If you're looking at a company that's already has global shutters in their product line, maybe that technology helps develop a global shutter down the road for a Nikon body too. I think Nikon actually has. I think where Red benefits is from the deeper pockets that Nikon has and the money that they can infuse into Red to let them keep going, really, really well with their cinema products, so money's a big thing with them, and then they seem to like the user interface that's in the Nikon cameras and wanted to improve their user interface. But I think when it comes to some of the technology, Nikon's going to benefit maybe a little bit more than Red when it comes to kind of like stealing technology from each other. Where Red's going to make out because they got a better, a much bigger marketing division with Nikon than they would have had with Red. Nikon is more global and all over the place, and they also have deeper pockets for R&D money for Red, which will be good for Red too. So, but it's exciting, but it's it's not anything that we blink our eyes and 30 days from now we see something amazing. It's not going to be like that. So it's just.
But the man said, whatever is going to happen. That tells you that it's already happening.
Oh yeah, you think about it. They're engineers. I mean, I was an engineer for a good part of my career, and believe you me, when you get guys that really didn't compete with each other. Okay, Nikon didn't compete with Red or the other way around, other than the argument about the Nikon's compression technology being an issue. That bit aside, you got guys that are now like probably. It's like a Vulcan mind meld thing going on right now. They're just sucking information out of each other, and they're like kids in a candy store having a great time.
They like to talk. They like to talk.
Right?
Correct? They like to talk
oh,
shop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're gonna talk shop like crazy. I mean, and they're loving it. They're sitting there soaking it all in from both sides. I mean, the future is going to be great.
The other thing, remember, they did the raw, basically compression algorithms, correct? So they have a lot of probably software people that was employed by Red. We also have to remember that in the development of the C9 compressions, correct? They use a company Tico Raw. Remember Tico, which is a Belgian company, correct? So they have some. So I guarantee you, these people are going to somehow not integrate the software, but take the best portion of how the software work to create whatever improvement. Because to both the let's call it the Red line and the Nikon line, correct? Because remember when those interviews from the CEO or the technical person, correct, of the company on Red, they were impressed with the compressions and the way the relatively powerful but small sense processing power of the C9 was capable of producing what they were doing through other means, correct? So through other hardware, correct? So there is a lot of shock. There is a lot I think we're going to see, or that is happening now, but we as consumers will not see it until the maybe a couple of years.
Right. We don't know right now, but I'll tell you what, it's happening as we speak. So
exactly.
I don't know what's going to come out of it, but we're going to see it.
Yeah.
So it's just
a matter of time.
Yeah.
I'll be another 20 pounds heavier by the time anything comes out.
But the other portion, which I alluded to when I was talking about the iPhone, correct, and the behind the scene, computing that is happening, correct. And Chuck, remember you were talking about that you wanted to have all these noise reduction in the camera already. Remember, that's years ago, and you say, I like to see that. In the camera. Well, you can see that now Canon has implemented some of that, correct?
Yes, they have.
The thing is, though, with what Canon's done, from what I've heard from other content creators, is that the noise reduction, if you I don't know. It's very complicated. One, you apply it during playback mode, so it's not something that gets applied when you take the shot because it would slow down the camera too much.
Of course.
So it gets applied in playback mode if you wish to do it. You don't have to do it. And basically,
No, you're right.
it isn't necessarily any better than what you're using now with.
No, but
yeah,
you see,
Hey,
it's exactly like Chuck was saying. It
yes.
will happen.
Yes.
The
Don't worry
question,
about that.
the
Yeah, right.
issue, I think the tension will be do it in the camera or doing in the computer, correct? I
No.
think we are going to be in a world that we can choose. I do it in the computer, in the camera, or I do it in the camera. And you have the option.
I am
Well, they have to
surprised
make
that
a choice. They have to make a choice.
I bet you. I am surprised that you remembered that.
No, I got good memory still, Chuck.
Hey,
Well, his brain got frozen in Iceland.
Exactly.
a puffin took it and flew away.
Puffin took part of his brain and flew it away.
Yeah, but no, I think it's gonna be really cool. Like I could see Nikon doing a flagship run maybe in 3 or 4 years where there is a body that's like hyper photo focused and then something that's almost like a C700 or something like that that's like a cinema camera with Nikon brains but red sensor
You'll see it before in 2 years.
even better. That's even better, Chuck. I mean, if it's only 2 years,
And everybody's going to be great. Is going to go, the easy route, saying 5 years. But I'm telling you, it's going to be before the first 2 years. It's going to be something come because a lot of Canon and Nikon has done a lot with their cameras in this year.
Yeah, very short time compared to what they did in 5 years versus what Sony did in 5 years is two completely different things.
And we're getting better about what's coming up. There's a lot coming up, and it's what I'll see in the next year is something else is coming.
Yes, but Chuck, he said that you're surprised. I remember. Look, we come here on Saturdays, on Wednesday, when we used to come away for a conversation, correct? And part of the conversation is to listen and say and capture the thoughts of all these people that come here together, correct?
Yeah.
So I do remember that exactly. Now there is a tension, correct? Because, for instance, in the iPhone we talk about, correct, the processing happening whether you like it or not, correct? In the world that we live in, correct, you take the raw image, and of course that create a JPEG that is somehow baked. Let's put it that way, correct? But a lot of that I think is going to be more prominent because there is a limit to where you can perhaps improve the sensor, but if you tweak the sensor or take greater advantage of the sensors to software, then and it made it transparent to us as a user, correct? Which is what you were talking about. Who cares? We want good images, correct?
Yep.
But I think the criticism that have been or the comment is that you still want an image that you can edit afterwards, correct? The problem is that you don't want it to be fully baked. That is, you want to have like the software that we have now in the computer, like DxO raw processing or Topaz Lab, which is what you were talking about, is that can be done in the camera. That takes a raw and create or take an NEF file and create a DNG file, which is still raw, correct? But if that create a JPEG, then a lot of people are going to say, well, don't give me that just yet. But computer power improve.
Well, the thing is, when you're doing noise reduction in a camera, versus on your computer. Your computer, your camera is limited as to how much computer power it's going to have.
Exactly.
You know, your computer is going to have, if you got the latest and greatest computer, your computer is going to be able to batch process your files with noise reduction a lot quicker than you doing it one image at a time in camera. So, I mean, that was more for them to allow, say, someone doing something for the news media, you know, if they decided to upscale the resolution and they want to they want to knock the noise down before they send it through the Ethernet cable out to the service, you know, they can do that. But obviously your home desktop or your high-end laptop is probably going to do that quicker. Is going to do it quicker.
And just going back a little bit to what Chuck was saying, I actually really do agree. Like, I think, you know, thinking about the Z6 to when the Z6 II came out, but then that gap between the Z6 II, the Z6 III, like, I think for me, that was kind of in the back of my head. But at the same time, when you look at how many cameras they put out in the last year and a half, you know, basically going from the Z8 to now, and like how far they've come, it's huge. And also they did stop producing a lot of their DSLR lenses, and like they have fully migrated over to the Z mount and like putting all of their money into the, you know, mirrorless camera systems. And like they're also growing the amount of users that they have. Like I think the Z6 III is going to really broaden their market share and also bring a lot of people over from other systems, which, you know,
go ahead.
Yeah, and looking at their new headquarters and acquiring Red, like they're growing right now. Like for a while there, we were all getting a little worried. It was like, okay, what's Nikon's next thing?
I'll see this. They're either going to grow by, and with you know, with can't miss those times. They're going to grow, or they're going to seep away.
Well, I to me, as long as their profits are healthy, their R&D is healthy, I personally I'm not going to get hung up on whether they're, you know, number 1 in sales, number 2 in sales, number 3 in sales. I don't care. As long as they're a healthy, profitable company and they make great products, that's all I care about.
Sustainable growth.
That's what their shareholders care about too. I mean, they'd love maybe to be number 1, but as long as they're making good money.
Don't be Sony. That's the key. Don't try to be Sony. Like, that's okay. You're not Sony. You've got great cameras coming out when they're ready to come out, and they're industry leading when they are. As long as you do that and you keep your consumer base happy, that is everything. You don't need to try to be a huge company like Sony. Like, you don't have the resources. That's fine.
And they are moving faster to look at, you know, with real products or any camera. And, you know, it's you know, we're really going to see this tape shape in the near future.
Yeah, the Z6 III comes out, and not everybody, but a lot of people say it's class leading in its segment for its price point. The Z9
100%.
comes out. Z9 comes out. Price point, you can't touch it. Class leading and its price point, cheaper than everybody else. Z8, same deal. So they keep coming out with class leading products at very competitive prices. You got a winning formula. Just keep doing what you're doing.
No.
And accessibility.
They're still going ahead. And
well, yeah, you're going to keep going ahead, but keep doing the class leading stuff at a good price, and you will be around forever.
But the Z9 is low, you know, is still going to, you know, it's growing, okay. But I mean, it's funny. I think that the C9 is about are almost over. Here comes the G9 II is going to be the next one.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that rumor that Nikon rumor spit it out like 2 weeks ago that the Z9 was going to get more improved autofocus firmware update, if that happens or not. I mean, it would be nice if it does.
They know that their time is rough in the Z9, and they need the two to move ahead.
For sure. Well, also with the Z8 and Z6 III getting so much of the tech from the Z9 filtered down into it, it is time for them to update. But another thing that I think really is cool about the Z6 III drop and the Z8 drop is inventory. Yeah, they maybe had some slight delays on a few things, but people could actually get cameras. Canon just announced the R5 II and the R3, and they haven't even finished pre-orders yet, and they're already saying that there's a shortage. Like, how many camera brands have done that? Of years of late, and it's always an expectation, but Nikon's actually, I think, stepped up with the amount of inventory they have as opposed to competitors. Like, that's huge.
The Z9 was not horrible by any means with availability. I mean, I got mine within a month of it coming out. And yeah, they did have some shortages for a little while, but the Z8 was very well handled, and the Z6 III is doing very well too.
Nikon has not gosh, all the cameras are still on sale. It's been like that for the last about 16 months.
Yes.
And you know, how long? No, wait a minute. How long do you think this is going to last? You know, the Z7, V8 is on sale.
Yeah, that's ending soon. That's ending in the next week or two.
Yeah, it's only, and the G9 C9 is on sales with some of the
well, they're throwing in the memory card now.
But I mean, you know,
On that.
I mean, there's a lot of things are going on. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. I get at home and just observe and what's coming out. Cut. Daggone it.
You're excited.
I know they are. I mean, I am, but yes, but I'm really I can't keep it here in time. All right. Let me just shut up for a while. Just listen.
I know the point you're making. I mean, it's the blessing they've given us with these Z9 updates is that one, it's kept them competitive with anything else out there easily at a more affordable price point, and they keep improving it, and that gives them a little more time where people are not unhappy with the Z9 or the Z8, and it gives them more time before they pop out a Z9 II. Okay, so it gives them where they're not under the same pressure to, you know, and even, well, look at Canon, what they just came out with. People were waiting over 4 years to get it. It isn't like they got it a year later or 2 years later. They waited over 4 years to get an R1.
I don't think
still a shortage.
they care. I think Nikon doesn't care. They're gonna start some other.
Yeah, they're gonna do it at their pace, no matter what we think.
Yeah,
But still, I can tell you, if you spend a track on when this photographic outing where you're behind the camera every single moment of the day, there's still room for improvement.
Yeah.
Oh, there's always room for improvement. Joe's taking off, guys, so let's say
Yeah.
goodbye to Joe.
hey Joe, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you
Enjoy.
guys too, and fun talk.
Get one of those the camera store to lend you one of the C6.
I will. I'll chat with them. Yeah, I definitely will. I'm still honestly. I've got 3 videos sitting on my external hard drive. It's been like a month since I put out a video, so I really gotta get after that. I've got one of the S1. I've got 2 other lenses. Like it's just wedding. What can I say? Wedding stuff, and it's been
And
busy.
your
But
wedding
it'll
is
be
in
fun
August,
to get.
right?
Yeah, end of August. Yeah, so just
Okay.
just trying to
And
get through work.
Joey's focus is now on.
Oh, it's going to be fire. I'm super excited, but I hope there isn't a fire. We need the fires to die down, but no, it'll be really good. And definitely got some stuff coming out, but it's just been a bit of a slog at work and with wedding stuff lately, so I haven't had a chance, but I do want to borrow a Z6 III. It looks pretty darn cool, and I'd love to get my hands on one because I built my channel on not having one, so it'd be fun to just try one out just once.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a comment on this comment. Jeff and Leslie, their predictions. See, SoC chip design and cameras, 1 terabyte plus built-in drives, eliminating cards, more machine learning, and more internal computational processing. Well, the machine learning and computational processing is definitely happening already, and will continue to happen. The 1 terabyte built-in drives. Now, obviously, you have the medium format. I'm trying to think. It's not the Fuji. It's the other one there, Roy. What is it? Not the Fuji. The other brand.
Zeiss tried it and it failed.
Yeah, I think if you're going to put, I would not really want to see built-in hard drives in a camera that are not, unless they are removable by the user and can be replaced, because I certainly wouldn't want to have one crap out on me and have to send my camera back to get repaired for that. That's the only problem with that is, you got it in the
Rod Chris, it keeps bringing in God, lenses are doing so well. Yeah. Hey, listen, I will say this too. I thought that why we would waited for the R5 and R1, we had just we were waiting for this great moment when we're all gonna just it didn't happen, did it? It didn't happen for the the R5 II and the R1, I've been just, they're okay, but there's nothing really humping and at those 2 cameras.
They're not
Well,
gangbusters.
I think that they're cameras that a Canon user would be excited about, and I'm going to say except for maybe the R1, because even people that thought about buying the R1 are saying they're going to buy an R5 too.
Yeah, it's not a flagship. Like they keep advertising as a flagship, but like it's not. Like the R5 II is more of a flagship.
But being like revolutionary to the point where a Nikon user is going to dump his gear and buy the Canon camera.
No. We're not just saying that, but I'm just saying that it wasn't. They're not as personal as that they thought they would.
Yeah. Yeah, they
It's
got
not.
promoted for.
It doesn't.
Yeah, the R1 3
Good night,
years
guys.
ago was supposed to be the camera to end all cameras, right?
Yeah.
So,
And
they were-
I don't think it's the camera to end all cameras by any means.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
You know,
Yeah.
they are going to keep the Canon users in the Canon ecosystem,
yeah,
but they
Yeah.
are not.
yeah,
But they are not going to be revolutionary in
They
the camera business.
yeah. They're not going to steal people from other brands. That they're going to, and most people stick with what they have.
Nobody is saying that.
Yeah.
They are just saying that they're not as cool as the, and as they expected they would. It's so told everybody.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm gonna skip to it because you just brought it up. I had a week of staying home, and I says, well, what am I gonna do when I'm taking care of my doggy and I can't go do anything? So I spent an awful lot of time. Let me scroll down to it. I watched a whole ton of Canon R1 and R5 II videos.
Yeah.
And be honest with you, I was amazed by some of the commentary, a little bit on the good side, but so much of it on the bad side, and pretty nasty in some cases. And I'll say this, that the people that were the worst critics of either of those cameras were not like people that were Sony guys or Nikon guys or Fuji guys. They were people that shoot Canon. They were people that either shoot Canon or they were people that, get their hands on like every camera brand, but it was, but there were a lot of diehard Canon users who had some very strong commentary, which, I made comments last week, but I didn't say anything that was outrageous or demeaning or anything. I pointed out a few things that I thought would be an issue, and then I found out watching this videos that one of the things that I thought was a concern with the buffer on the R1 wasn't true, because they don't tell you what the buffer is in their spec sheet, but apparently when Petapixel went to Arizona and they tried it out, they said the R1, could have like 1,000 shot buffer or something, which is more than adequate. There's nothing wrong with that. That's on par with most of the other brands, but the R5 II buffer is horrible. I mean, the numbers on that are not very good at all. But what I did was it's very, very amazing to me that almost every review I watched, well, really every review I watched was based on people that only had an opportunity to try one or both cameras within a 3 to 4 hour period of time. You have not heard, well, like you would get that when a Nikon product came out. You would get a lot of I only had it for half a day, only had it for 3 hours today and 2 hours the next day. But then you always had somebody like a Richie, right, who had the camera for 3 weeks, a month, who would then come out with a video that had a lot more detail on it because he had it for a long period of time. He used it for a long period of time. And you don't see any of those videos right now on the Canon side for either camera where somebody could say, I had the latest version of firmware and I had that camera for 3 solid weeks and I beat the crap out of it. And here's what I found out. Not one. It's all first look videos because nobody had it long enough to really make a definitive, strong commentary on either one of those cameras, which is amazing at this point in time that somebody has to come out.
For sure, we're not going to do what they do to us Nikon user, correct? Which is make them miserable. We're not going to make them miserable. They're going to have.
But I'm just gonna call out this. Now, this is not like when Petapixel went. Like they were saying, they had 3 guys. Okay, Petapixel went with 3 guys to Arizona when they had the trial period with the cameras, and they said, well, in all fairness, there were some photo-centric folks that only had one guy. One guy had 3 hours to try 2 cameras out. Well, what kind of review are you going to get when one person is trying to review 2 cameras that are very complicated cameras in 3 hours? Right? What are you going to get out of that? I mean, that isn't fair to them. It isn't fair to the consumer that wants to hear a lot about these cameras, right? It's not very good. It's not very good.
No. They obviously, I mean, wanted to bring the cameras as soon as possible because of the Olympics, correct? And they didn't have the PR machine ready to put the right messages around and have the cameras available for the so-called YouTube reviewers, correct? But
something that Greg's saying here, I won't put it up. I'll just speak to it. One thing the Petapixel guy says, well, every guy had a camera. If they had the same camera, they all had different firmware versions on them. You can't. Yeah. There's no excuse for that. Everybody should have they should all have the same firmware versions. Otherwise, one guy says, I tried to do this, it didn't work right. And the other guy says, well, it worked right with me, but I got a different firmware version than you. That just adds confusion. That's what I say.
They were rushing it a little bit.
They were rushing it. Now what I did was watching all these. I mean, I watched videos for like all day long on these products, all stinking day long. And I said, I just took notes, and I says, now these are not words out of these are they're going to be words out of my mouth, but this isn't me talking. This is me just telling you what other people said. Not any. I already said my piece last week. I got nothing to add to it, and I think I was very decent about it. I didn't bash the brand or nothing, nor do I want to bash the brand. But here's what other people were saying. This is a combination of a whole bunch of things that other content creators said. So starting with, where's the quad pixel autofocus that had been in the work for years? It was, all the rumors said it was going to have quad pixel autofocus, and it has cross type autofocus sensor, but it's still dual pixel. So somebody made a big deal about that. Another guy says, a Canon user, by the way, says, well, the accelerator chip they're talking about is nothing new. There was a chip in the R3 that did pretty much the same thing, but it didn't have a fancy name. So the person said, that isn't anything new. Okay. Others said, great build quality, beautifully designed body. I think the R1 looks sexy. I think it's a beautiful looking camera. I don't have a problem with how the camera looks at all, or I'm assuming the build quality is excellent. Then a person said, great build. They couldn't have an EVF better than the Sony. So some people were all upset that it's the same 9.44 million dot EVF that's in the Sony, A1 or whatever. And they're like, well, we waited so long, we expected it to be better, so people were upset about that. Then probably the funniest thing was, and this was from the Petapixel guys, was, I lost my mouse here. What's going on? Come on. My mouse dead? The hot shoe cover is difficult to remove. And apparently Canon supposedly claimed that in the past, the hot shoe cover used to easily fall off the hot shoe, and it was a big problem, and people made a big deal about it. So they redesigned the hot shoe cover so it has a pin in it, probably a plastic pin. So you slide it in, and this pin falls into a hole that's in the hot shoe plate. Then when they wanted to take the hot shoe cover off, you got to push a button and slide it at the same time. And they said they couldn't get the cover off of the hot shoe. And they gave it to the Canon guys, and they couldn't get the hot shoe off the camera either. So that's something, that should be very minor that turned out to be kind of a problem. The others said the autofocus is fantastic as always, but other than the sport mode that they added on, for like soccer and basketball and whatnot, it's not really significantly better than the R3. Some said this is not a flagship camera, no global sensor, but more money than the Sony A9 III. General comments on both cameras being more expensive than the competition overall, but not necessarily better than them. And as I said, the R1 does have a great buffer that came out during one of the other guys' reviews, which unfortunately they don't publish it in their specs. R5 II does not have a good buffer. The feature on both cameras to increase megapixel count 4 times along with noise reduction, some said is gimmicky, can be done in post. Most folks won't use these features. This isn't me speaking. This is what somebody else said. And it should be clear where there's some confusion even amongst content creators that the increasing the megapixel count is not because they're doing pixel shift. They're not doing pixel shift. The image is not being improved by moving the pixels that are active for certain colors and doing that type of thing and actually increasing your dynamic range or whatever. It's strictly like if you use the enhanced mode in Lightroom or if you use gigapixel and Topaz, that's the technology that's being used. It's just making the file size bigger. The half-second default for pre-shooting is limiting, some said. They want to be able to adjust the time period, like from 0.1 second to 1 second. Because if you're shooting at 40 frames per second on one of the camera bodies, you're basically going to have, you have no control over it. You're going to have, if you do pre-shooting, you're going to have 20 images you got to go through. Some people said, I don't want 20 images to go through. I don't want like 4 or 5. I don't want 20. But you can't change it. It's a half-second period. That's what you're going to get every single time you use that feature.
Hopefully they can improve that one with software, correct?
You
with
would think so. And many made comments. They felt the R1 was more like an R3 Mark II.
Yeah.
Many people said that. It's more like an R3 Mark II. It is not flagship. It's just, you know.
So everything coming from my opinion, it's a good camera, but there's nothing spectacular about the R5 or R5 II and the R1.
Yeah,
they're good. They're good.
yeah.
That's what I mean. I'm not there trying to get people to everybody trying to leave them or whatever.
Yeah.
But this is it's it. This is where I was wrong. I expected that the R5 II and the R1 would have been spectacular.
Yeah.
And it's
Well,
not.
I think everybody assumed that because of the time.
Yep.
The time. And everything I'm spitting out here, like I said, these are not my comments. These are just notes I took from other people that made comments.
I just listened to people that were complaining about it.
Oh yeah, there were a lot. I mean, I'm surprised. I mean, I wouldn't complain about it as much as a lot of these people did. I only made a couple observations, but man, people were brutal. They're really like they're brutal, and it's from their own
and
base.
The A7 or R5 II is dropped just a tad bit smaller, a little not than the Z8.
Yeah,
it's pretty sad. But
well, it has a much slower scan rate with the sensor too, and is nowhere near as fast.
It takes never mind. They're still good, but
oh yeah, they're good. They're good. I mean, nobody's getting a junky camera. It's just that it's everybody thought it was going to be.
Yes,
everybody thought it was going to be an 11 on a scale of 0 to 10. It was going to be an 11, and it's probably more like a 7 or a 6.
Yeah. All right.
And that's what I have a problem because we have discussed it there in the text. It's the managing of expectation, correct? The rumors are, by definitions, are going to create hype, and then the reality doesn't match the expectations, so people get disappointed.
Well, we're kind of the same way. I mean, because we have to realize that there isn't a lot more. You can see you could see the ceiling now in terms of what you're going to be able to do with a 35 millimeter based sensor, right? Okay, a full frame sensor. There is a ceiling. You're gonna be able to do certain things, but you're gonna hit a ceiling. And then the only way you're gonna get better imaging, not necessarily better functionality or better frames per second, but better imaging and a better dynamic range, is you're gonna have to go to medium format. And what you have to hope is that medium format improves to where they can do faster frame rates, and so that they are not necessarily just looked at as studio cameras or landscape cameras and portrait cameras and stuff like that. But you are going to hit a ceiling eventually with the 35 millimeter full frame sensors. And I don't know how many years that's going to be, but it's not like that's 10 years away by any means. You know, you may have maybe one more good knock you in the jaw moment, and then after that, it's going to be little tidbit changes here, there, and whatnot. You know, unless you come up with some totally different sensor technology that, you know, like the second generation of global shutters or something, where you have no hit with dynamic range, and you know, you get to something like that. But I mean, I don't think. See, everybody's mad at Canon; they didn't come out with a global shutter. Why should you do that? If you're going to come out with a global shutter, you want it to be the next generation. You want it to leapfrog what the A9 III has. You don't want it to be the same as what the A9 III has. You want it to be better than what the A9 III has. So obviously, nobody feels they're there yet to be able to do that.
But it's a managing of expectations, because, and this is where this company, all the companies, have to deal with this better, because I think some of the rumors are planted because they want to keep the hype on the cameras, but then if they cannot match it afterwards, right? They create this level of disappointment, correct? So they have to be either completely quiet, correct, and then come with some surprise everybody, correct, or they have to put rumors that are feasible within what they're working on, correct? Because the rumors are leaks sometimes. Right?
Oh yeah. I think they do it sometimes. They do it on purpose, or, you know.
You have to keep
they do it on purpose. Some of these leaks are definitely controlled by Canon or Nikon or whoever to tease people, put stuff out, get your interest, you know, get you interested, get you excited.
Talking about the camera.
Yeah, talking about the cameras. Yeah, so you're always going to have that, right?
Exactly. It's a complicated environment, correct? That we have this ecosystem with the rumor mills or the rumor channels, and the leaks and the true speculations, and that creates this kind of managing expectation. But I do agree with Chuck and agree with you. This camera is evolutionary, not revolutionary.
And you know, I get sick of the complete nerdy. I mean, I'm a nerdy guy to a certain point. You are, Gustavo, too. You worked in the engineering field, you know, where we're nerdy guys to a certain extent. Yeah. But the you know, all the crazy talk about dynamic range of the Z6 III and everybody, you know, going after that, and it's like, you know, it's almost like movie critics now. You know, if you can't tear somebody down, then you're not doing your job. And exactly. It's like you're not doing the photographic community any favors. I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying brand A does this function better than brand B, but that doesn't mean that camera is necessarily overall better than brand A. You know, every brand has this feature's better on a Sony, this feature's better on a camera, this feature's better on a Nikon. They all have that. And people need to just back off and take a breath and enjoy what they have instead of just wanting to berate everybody. And it's okay to point out, like I'm reading stuff that I didn't write. I'm just reading off stuff that other people did.
I know, Jeff. I
You
know.
know, I mean, but hey, I think these cameras are. I mean, it's not like, oh, gee, camera's a piece of junk. It's not a piece of junk, but it's like the expectations were built too high. You know, I still remember the R1 ads from 3 years ago. The camera that ends everything. It's the one. It's going to be the one, and everybody else's camera is going to look like garbage. And sorry,
and I understand even the disappointment for us, correct, as a Nikon user, because we wanted to see a super camera from Canon so that we can get a better camera in the future. That's probably what Chuck is saying.
I had no problem. I don't think Chuck did either. I had no problem if these cameras came out and kicked everybody's behind, because then everybody else gets better too.
Well,
exactly.
That's why you should think ahead, and Nikon is going to move real faster to go move, well, something, I don't know, something really not, I don't know. We'll see it happens. But
yeah, I mean the Z7 III, which, you know, it seems like that is a very iffy camera. Whether that happens or not, you don't see Nikon really talking about it at all. I mean, a D500 Pro APS-C camera. There are, you know, a lot of people that want that, but you know, there's cameras coming out. They got at least 2 cameras that I guess have been what do you call it, where they have numbers assigned to them, but we don't know what they are. But are they, you know, what are they? Is it a Z5 Mark? Is it a Z5 Mark II?
Everybody's afraid to mess, you know, see what it is, because they're afraid. I don't know why, but they are, you know. So anyway, hey, you guys are going on for now, and I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, you're gonna put your head on that nice comfortable pillow while we're still sitting here.
Yeah.
I will follow you in a while, Chuck. For sure.
Chuck, hey, I enjoyed your enthusiasm tonight, sir.
All right, hope so.
You know, kick our butts once in a while. Get us off the chair.
All right, man. So everybody else, hello, everybody, and I'll see you.
See you next week.
Yeah, will. Yeah.
Right?
Yes, I will. Yes.
Good. Good. If not, I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call your wife up if you don't show up.
That's right. Good night. Go ahead.
Take it easy, Chuck.
Bye.
A few of the other things. I'm just going to go through the rest of this list.
Still keep us straight. Still keep us going in the same direction.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about forest fires too much. I knew that was going to get to them after a while.
Exactly.
I'm just going to read off the rest of this list since I spent a lot of time putting it together. Okay. Cross-type autofocus sensor is a plus, but not active when shooting video. But that's a good thing, though. I say that's a good thing. R5 II, some video capabilities along with pre-shooting do not work with older batteries. They require the higher milliamp hour of the newer battery to perform all the functions. Now, the battery name didn't change, but they did update it and they gave it more juice. But if you don't have the brand new battery that you can get, your pre-shooting will not work. And supposedly, according to some other reviewers, not me, some of the video functions may not work if you don't have the larger battery in there. C-Log 2 availability was praised quite a bit as being a fantastic thing to have in there, not just Canon Log 3, They like Canon Log 2 better. There were comments that the sensors, even though manufactured by Canon, a lot of people like to dig on Nikon. Oh, they're just Sony sensors. They forget that they were designed by Nikon and just fabbed by Sony. But that's always a big deal. So there's comments that even though the sensors are manufactured by Canon, they fall short of what is out there currently. Apparently, the read speed of the R5 II is significantly slower than the Z8 and the Z9, and obviously the buffer is much better. The R1 has the fastest scan rate of any camera, even more than the Z9, but obviously you got to remember in a fair comparison, because you're not comparing apples to apples, you're only pushing half the data through on an R1 versus a 45.7 megapixel Z9. So some are mad. No waveform feature for video on the R1, but they got it on the R5 II. They don't understand that. The tally light, they're really happy about having a tally light on each camera, which I think is a great idea. And they're happy that they have a full-size HDMI connector, which some would just say that's about time that they did that. That's not earth-shattering, but, they didn't have it. Now they do, which is a good thing. And for whatever reason, people are upset. They had a higher resolution screen than anybody else on their rear screen on the R5. They had 4.15 million dots, and most camera manufacturers have 2.1 million dots or less. But they didn't carry it over on either of these bodies. They put the lower resolution screen on the R5 II and on the R1 instead of the better screen from the R5. So some are mad at that. Some are mad it doesn't have a higher megapixel count. Many felt it should have been 33 megapixel or higher. And now at 24 megapixel, as we said before, many feel it's just an R3 Mark II because it's the same megapixels. AF sensitivity, they're saying, some people, I don't agree with this. They say, some said AF sensitivity not as good as the competition at minus 7.5 EV. I don't think that's bad at all. Actually, it's on par with most cameras. Now, the Z8 and the Z9 go to -9, but that's if you're using starlight view. That isn't something you're going to use all the time, of course. So I'm not really sure who they're referring to when whoever made this statement. But, once again, that's kind of like making too big of a deal out of nothing, my opinion, but I just could not believe the amount of, anger by some people out there, I don't know. I mean, I can understand maybe 1 or 2 points where you're a little disappointed, but hey, I think what they did with their sports mode there, with their basketball and their soccer, and I forget what the other one was, is really cool. I think it's really cool. I think take a picture of a person and have it, follow that person. I think that, you could say, well, I could do that without that feature, but that's kind of nice if you're shooting a wedding or you're shooting your grandchild that has 20 friends over for a birthday party, and you don't care if Susie's in focus. You want your daughter Jane to be in focus. So take her picture and let your camera keep tabs of your granddaughter and make sure she's the one that always looks nice and sharp. I mean, I have no issue with that.
Or the bride.
Yeah, the bride or the groom put in the main wedding party. They're all on your camera, and then the guests. Well, you could focus on them manually if you want to later on, but you want the wedding party, right? Isn't that the most important part for the pictures for the bride and groom, right? Is mostly that. So I don't know. There was a lot more, I guess, negativity than I expected that they were going to get on those cameras. The reception was not favorable. I want to, yeah, Jeff and Leslie, I'll throw this up before I told Roy I was going to make him talk tonight, Gustavo. We're going to talk lenses in a little bit here. I want to put up your pictures you sent me because they're in my email, right?
Yep.
Gustavo sent me a couple images from his trip
Taken by my wife. So these are
taken by his wife, so they're going to be better than what Gustavo would have taken.
exactly. And
They're
these
gonna
are
be
iPhone
better.
photos.
Are these like in a drive? The drive? I always have trouble with stuff that's in the Google Drive or whatever. How many pictures were there? Just one?
I think they were in an email. There were 3 photos.
There are
I think I
3.
sent it separately in 3 separate emails.
Oh, you sent separate emails?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what you did. Okay. So give me a second. Give me a second. I'm old and I'm slow. Get used to it.
Exactly. We are all.
I'm old and I'm slow.
And by the way, when you're trying to do that, obviously we have people here have done a lot of travel photography in Iceland, correct? Martin told you that he makes some recommendations to me, and I know Dave. So perhaps they should bring some recommendations as well. So this is an iPhone photo in a they say iconic place that everybody goes to photograph, this mountain called Kuikerfeld Mountain, correct? So that's the photo from the iPhone, okay?
That's
And
nice.
it's pretty spectacular place and we were blessed that day that the sky was not raining, okay?
And you have white clouds in the sky, and I love white clouds in the sky.
Exactly. Yeah. So you can see the iPhone already was making some correction, okay? And so the next one on the same scene is me taking the photo of this scene. Now, I can criticize my wife photo, but I'm not going to do it because I don't want to leave a record of that, correct?
Yeah.
Just in case I want to survive. No, but she was mostly taking some pictures to send to my son, right?
Okay, I'm only opening these up one at a time, so
That's
you got to
right.
bear with me. Then I open it up and I minimize my email, and then I'm going to go here and I'm going to bring it in, suck it in. I'm getting quicker, but I'm not lightning fast here. Let's make it bigger. Bada bing. There we go.
So you can see there that's the same mountain, correct? And then then that blob there, that black blob, is me working the scene, correct? So eventually you will see what this guy saw through his camera, okay? But
Now, what's that to your left? Like just some stuff on the ground so that you don't slip?
Exactly. So because of erosion, so many photographers going to this location, correct? They put like some sort of metal
Metal grate, like a grate almost, metal grate.
Yes, so that you got traction if the and they stop the erosion. So you can see the photographers and I have seen this location before, correct? So this is probably the most photographed place, this was like 6:30 in the morning. You go here at 10, there will be a line of photographers, correct?
Wow.
but there is a line here you can see that you cannot cross. So some element of restriction. Right?
Yeah.
And the photo is trying to get the photo, but you can see already that you know the limitations of what you have on in type of compositions and stuff like that. Correct? It's a gorgeous place. You cannot take a bad photo. Correct? But you have to walk within the confine of what is allowed to be there. Correct?
Yep. And I got one more from you here that I'll bring up. And let's see here. So we'll do that. And we will do that. I'm getting there. We're all getting there. Yes, we are. We're getting there. Boom.
Yeah, exactly. But it's so chopped because she took the so scroll up, Jeff. I think because this is vertical or zoom out.
Let me. No, that's how it came over. Let me.
Well, I am supposed to be. I'm supposed to be down there in front of that. That's the main Reykjavik
okay.
cathedral, and I can see going back to the comments, and that is already applying some processing to the sky because to me and the camera, the sky look completely.
Okay, wait a minute. Here we go. Here we go.
Exactly.
There he is.
There we go. There we go. I had to find the actual file and scroll it up. So there we go.
Exactly.
Now I can make it bigger. There we go.
Yeah, exactly. So you can see, I can tell you the sky here looks much better because it's already applied some sort of software to create more texture and contrast in the sky, which when we talk about computational imaging, right?
Well, that's like a hot button topic because we know that some cameras' dynamic range numbers are better because they're doing a certain degree of AI within the camera
Exactly.
that's artificially improving that, and other cameras might not be doing it as much.
And I can tell you, I'm sure my raw images, which I haven't processed, will be able to see some of these, but I had to work it. Okay, these came from the iPhone as it is. Correct. That doesn't mean that we have to take only the iPhone, but just telling you that this is something that we're going to see more in our cameras if you wanted to, and that's a discussion. I think if what the cameras manufacturers should allow in the iPhone, you don't have an option, or you can choose some version of RAW.
I just hope you add when you add these features, and I mentioned this last week when you weren't here, that when you're getting into all this computational photography, and let's just say you got that mindset now that you want to do a lot of the stuff that's in the cell phones and whatnot, be very, very careful and make it so it's a feature that you can toggle on and off, so that if you personally as a photographer don't want to use that feature, or you don't want the camera to make that decision for you, then you could make it so it's not making that decision for you. And I think they have to be very careful how they tread with this, because, personally, when I see like a Google Pixel phone where you can sit there and rub your finger over a person and make them disappear, I mean, come on,
But you see, Jeff, but this is, we have to understand that's the mentality for the younger person. Okay, the younger person take the photo, they eliminate that thing, or they get a good image.
Right, but it's not photography anymore.
It's not photography, but
it's not photography. You're not taking the patience, what we would do, and say, ask the person to move, wait for the person to move, take the picture with the right composition. Instead, you're sitting there, you're taking the easy way out, and I'm going to erase this tree I don't like. I'm going to erase this person I don't like.
That's where the challenge is, correct? Because you have created a generation of people that have access to all the computer power in their phone, and you want to make them not only iPhone shooters, but you want to make them proper camera shooters, if we want to call it that way.
Well, I think we're beyond the days of and it was another discussion point last week, was that these cameras are so advanced now that realistically, in terms of people having to know, and people having to know the exposure triangle and know the science behind photography, most of these people that are what they're using now, they don't understand the science of photography at all, and in many cases they don't need to know it anymore, because put the camera in P mode and take the picture, and you're going to get an acceptable image, 85, 90% of the time. And really the only thing right now that the camera isn't doing for you yet is your ability to have the eye, a photographer's eye, to see the scene and compose it in the best manner, and know and have enough knowledge to know the area and know when the best time is to go to a certain place or what you're going to see at a certain time of the year. And you may have that knowledge that somebody who is just grabbing a camera basically off the shelf and just wants to hit a button and have it do everything for them. There is going to be a certain difference in a picture taken by an experienced photographer that has an eye and for composition and stuff like that. But unfortunately, in terms of, okay, is the image properly exposed? Is the image in focus and all that kind of stuff? That's not going to require any skill anymore.
No.
We're pretty much there now.
Exactly. And that first photo, the one that just showed the landscape, correct?
Yeah.
For what my wife wanted, which is to send it to my son, hey, we're here, or what the kids wanted, hey, I visit this place, that's good enough. Now, I don't think that's going to be better than the image that you saw me taking there. And I certainly will not print big the image that's coming from that iPhone. But that image is good enough to say, hey, I visit this place, correct?
That's a fine image for 90%. If you're not, you know what I'm saying? It's
exactly.
Throw it on Facebook, throw it on your share it with your family and friends type of thing, where, like you said, we're here, look at this. Everybody's going to look at that and say, wow, that's fantastic. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. I like this comment. Sorry I started to laugh while you were talking because I saw this comment and I just started cracking up. That's one of the Mookie that you made. That's one of the funniest things I've seen in a while. That's very funny.
But anyway, that is the challenge that we have, correct?
So, yeah, it's a balance. But I mean, if you make the thing is, the more of that kind of stuff you add to a camera, you're taking away processing power. Yes, that a photographer may want to see that processing power being used for something else. You may want to see that processing power make it better, giving you a higher bit rate for better dynamic range, so that you can recover the blacks better, or not overshoot the whites as much. The overexposed parts of the image. And be able to bring back detail when you're in post, a little bit better than you can now. And if that processing power is going to be used instead for kind of gimmicky things that you have on a phone, exactly, then a pure photographer may not be happy with that kind of a thing.
No, I don't know. I agree.
I think you gotta. That's where, like I said, if you could disable stuff, then you're not using the processing power for those features, and you have it for other things.
Exactly, but you see, that would be what the camera manufacturers should do. They should have the ability to say, give me something out of my camera that I can also post to Instagram quickly to compete with the photos. So somehow be able to cook something quickly and then post it, because that's what people do. That's why my wife took this picture. He wanted to show it to my son and say, hey, today we visit this place, and here's your dad doing his annoying photography, spending half an hour trying to change the lens. By the way, one of the lessons from this, we talk about it, I think we need to invite other people, is and unfortunately Roy is not here. I took the 20 millimeter, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Many of the occasions I was really angry that I didn't have something like, and this is a good segue in talking into lens, something like a 50 millimeter, a 60 millimeter. They would have worked better. I felt a little bit constrained by not having a slightly wider angle in some occasions, correct? So because that particular location there, I wanted to have more of the image of the sky, and my 20 millimeter image couldn't get everything that I wanted, correct? So on the one hand, I told you I took too much gear, and what gear I didn't use that much, but I was missing also a wider angle, which
Right.
is a good segue.
If you had the 14 to 30 f4,
I would have been better.
you probably would have been a little better.
Exactly.
So maybe because I'm sure you had plenty of light. Having to have 1.8 wasn't something you had to have.
No.
So if you had a 14 to 30 f4 and then you had the 24 to 120, which you did have,
Yes.
you probably would say, okay, in terms of general shooting, I'm good. I'm good.
Exactly. No, the 24 to that's a must. That goes into my back.
Oh yeah,
every time.
that's that lens. You got to pry that out of my dead hands. That ain't ever
Exactly.
leaving me.
I remember that photo that you saw me taking there. I'm also going about aperture, correct? I was using a neutral density because I wanted a smooth, on that fall, correct? So I had to actually cut light. So it's not like I needed to have a 1.8 or 1.2.
Right.
So I was using a variable neutral density to actually get what I want. So I think wider angle, yes, I would have been better with a 16 to 35 or a 60. I love the 20 image quality wise, and it's a good astro photo lens, but as many single focal lens didn't have the flexibility of going all the way to 16. For the sites in Iceland, 16 would have been better. Something that at 16.
Wide angle lenses are tough too because you got to have the right. When you're talking about an image that can capture so much width, you're trying to find an element in all three parts of the frame. You're trying to find something in the foreground that's interesting. You're trying to find something in the middle. You're trying to find something in the back. Ideally, if you can, exactly. Right?
But the landscape in Iceland lend to that, correct?
Yeah.
So indeed, Eva mentioned in there that would have been a better lens, but I didn't have it. I'm more a wildlife photographer, correct?
Yeah.
But for sure, if somebody goes, I would say yes. Take that, Eva. Take that 14 to 24. I would have been served better because imagine a 20 millimeter. I was constrained. It's just because the nature of the landscape wanted to have, solid foregrounds and spectacular backgrounds. Maybe you go to other places, the 20 would have been okay.
Yeah.
Here, I found myself having to backtrack, or you know what I mean, constraint.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's why you go, you live and learn, and we discuss it here, so we learn from each other.
Yeah, there's no, like you said, we talk about lots of times that sometimes your best zoom is your legs.
Exactly.
You have to back up or you have to move forward, but obviously there's some times where you can't do that. I back up, I just fell off the cliff, or
in that case, if I zoom out, if I come out a little bit further, I get that grid in front of me, correct? That we're talking about. The path. I don't want the path in the photo, correct?
Yeah.
So it's compromises, correct?
Let's see what's interesting though is you proved though that okay, yes, you're I'll make an assumption, the old saying 80-20 rule, you're 80% wildlife and 20% everything else, probably, the 80-20 rule. But the 80-20 rule worked for you being there, where a lot of people would go there and they're just wanting to get the colors in the ice floating in the water, the shots along the beaches, the waterfalls, the towns, the scenic areas, that kind of stuff. And you, because you're a wildlife photographer, you're on a certain schedule in your mind, how you're used to working, and you're out there and you're beating all the tourists to the spot, which is great. So here's a case in point where being a wildlife photographer paid off for non-wildlife pictures, because it allowed you to get to the spots that would have had 50 people there 2 hours later, and you've already got your shots and you've moved on to the next area.
But I take my hat to the true landscape photographers, because we are at the mercy of the animals. They are at the mercy of the weather. Correct. They do work as hard as we do as well. Correct. They sometimes stay in the same location.
Oh yeah.
For hours and hours of waiting for a particular light. Right. And sometimes we wildlife photographers, sometimes we say, okay, go and try my luck somewhere else. So when you do something seriously or try to do something seriously, you always find, you will find that you have to dedicate yourself, correct? And I know how dedicated some of these landscape photographers are, correct?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, the only advantage that they have over us is their subject isn't going to leave them.
Exactly, but they have to wait for the right light and
They got to wait for the right light, and they got to deal with the weather just like we do.
Exactly.
But their subjects, the subject isn't going to disappear.
now here's the kicker, correct? Because I carry some of the. So when you get a location, you get, okay, I'm going to take some landscape, so I will put in the back what I needed, left the other thing in the car, because it's pretty safe. You could leave stuff in the car, walk to the place, take the photo. Invariably, as a wildlife photographer, then a bird will show up close by, and I didn't have the right lens.
Congratulations, Ava, by the way, on getting the 14-24.
That's a great lens, Eva. I would have borrowed it from you.
That's a great lens. I mean, I'll be honest with you, because I don't do a lot of landscape stuff as much as I used to, and I love doing landscapes. I just went with the 14-30 for me, for size and for how often I'm going to use it. The 14-24 is a great lens. I'm just a cheap son of a gun when it comes to it annoys me, how much the filters cost for that lens if you want to get filters for it. I'm the kind of guy, I'm willing to spend money on filters, but when I buy them, it's nice when you can buy different kinds of filters, and you can use them on a lot of lenses that have the same filter thread. You know what I'm saying? So you buy a set, like I've got basically two containers of filters. I got more than that, but the ones that I consider that I'm going to use is in 2 containers of filters, and one's 1 thread size and one is a larger thread size with a step up ring, so I can use them on the other lenses as well. But it's not like, okay, I have 10 lenses, so I have 10 circular polarizers. I don't. I might have a couple, but I don't have 10. So I decide what lenses I'm going to use for a certain task, and I make sure I put the appropriate filters on the appropriate lenses. But I don't have like 10, 3-stop ND filters, and I don't have 10 circular polarizers, because most people don't have the kind of money, to buy 10 of every filter that they want, right? So you try to say, okay, well, I got a full complement of filters, and maybe for some of them I have 2 instead of 1, but they fit 4 or 5 different lenses that are all 77 millimeter thread size, let's say, right? But when you got a lens like the 24-1, the 14-24, those are gigantic filters, and it's like you're like,
Yeah.
you're choking on the filter costs, and you're not going to
And
take that filter and put it on anything else. That's the
you see, I
problem.
could have taken my F mount wide angle too, right? But I didn't want to. You see, it's compromising, correct?
Yeah,
Like
everything.
you, I knew the 20 millimeter uses the 77 millimeter filter, correct? That 77 millimeter work with the 100 to 400. It worked well with the 24 to 120, correct? So you make those decisions,
Yeah.
and correct, and then you have to work in the field with those decisions.
Yes, and everybody's decision-making process is different because no one does everything the same way, and nor should they. You do it the way you want to do it, right? You do just like, like we talk about with cameras, shoot what you want to shoot. There's no wrong answer. You got to be happy what you're doing. It doesn't matter what Jeff Neville thinks or what Gustavo thinks. It's what you are happy with, not what we don't try to tell you what you're going to be happy with.
But I still interested what Jeff Neville said, because I may learn something, correct?
Oh, not from me, from you, but not so much from me. Now, last week you weren't here, and I did make a phone call to Nikon this week
Oh,
because last week I talked about Nikon USA has these Nikon mentor courses that just came out, where you have it's $280 for these courses. You have wedding photography with Jerry Guionis. You got fashion photography with Dixie Dixon. You got visual storytelling with a guy that I admire like crazy, Joe McNally.
wow.
You've got sports photography with Rod Marr. So each course is $280. Now, I talked about it last week on the show. I was seriously thinking about doing the visual storytelling with Joe McNally, to be honest with you.
In person or online?
It's you download it. Well, you get access from it from Nikon USA.
Okay.
You get it through Nikon USA. But now someone had raised a question. I had the same question in my mind. Like I have a lot of courses that I've purchased through a company called Creative Live that I've talked about before. Okay. It's like, you go in and you create an account and you have a library. And if you pay $40 for a course, you're not downloading the files into your computer, but you have a password and you can go in and you get into your account, and every course that you buy basically is there for you to watch as many times as you want, as long as that company is in business. Obviously, if the company goes out of business, you're probably going to lose your material. Okay. And other than there might be some stuff that you could print out on your printer with cheat sheets or something like that, settings or recommendations, but the overall video presentation you're going to lose someday if that company goes out of business. But I've got courses in there that are 5 years old. They're still there. They're not gone yet. They're still in business. That's not horrible. I've been able to watch several courses multiple times because I have a bad memory. I got to watch things more than once. But so I contacted Nikon tech support yesterday. I said, if a person purchases any of those classes, I said, is all the info downloadable to your computer? Because each of those courses has 19 or more videos.
Wow.
It has like 8 hours of instruction. Pretty in depth. Now, the videos aren't necessarily like each one's an hour long. One might be 20 minutes long. One might be, an hour long. Who knows, right? But in any case, they get 19 or more videos plus the course material. So I said, if you purchase it, are you downloading all these videos? Are you downloading all this content? Or I said, do you have unlimited access via a password on the Nikon USA site, like forever? Like, as long as Nikon USA exists, you're going to be able to go there and have a library, right? And go in there. And I wasn't getting an answer that I liked very much. So I kept pushing the issue and pushing the issue and pushing the issue. And the person says, are you okay if I put you on hold? So I was on hold for about 10 minutes at least. Person comes back. So the initial response after being put on hold was the videos. When you go in to watch the videos on the Nikon USA website, you only have so much time to watch the video. You have to watch this stuff in a certain amount of time.
Download it.
You can't download it.
Pinch it off the internet.
You can't download it.
Yes, you can. I'll show you how later.
Okay, but they told me you can't download it. You got a limited amount of time, and I'm like, then they're not accessible anymore. And I said, seriously? So they say that the website, that the courses are available through 2018. So they're going to be on their site till 2018. But I said to myself, kind of like what I said earlier, you know, I want it more like a creative life thing. I want to be able to have access to it for the long haul. I'm not necessarily trying to take the course in a week, or I might want to watch it 2 or 3 times. And I said, if that's how they have it set up, why don't you just sell a work booklet with a DVD and mail it to me? I'd rather have that.
I used to do that.
You know, I could put the DVD in my player. As long as I keep a DVD player, I could watch that thing forever. And anything else that I have written in a booklet, I have a booklet with all the information or all the tips and tricks. And I'd rather do that. You know, I mean, if I can't access this thing whenever I want for as long as I want, I'm not going to pay the $300. I'm not going to pay $280. That's my opinion. So I went from wanting to buy a course to now I don't have an interest in buying.
You're right. They should give you access in perpetuity, correct? Within constraint, correct? For the equipment that you buy. Otherwise, it's not a good deal. I will go. You know, in the past, Nikon used to do that, correct? They used to have events that you can pay. I remember seeing one from John Shaw many years ago that the ambassador will come to Denver or another city, and you sign in, pay that time $100, be foreign, and then you listen to them. That for me was fair because it's a live interaction.
Yeah.
But if I'm going to have Joe Magnatic, which we all respect, in giving me a course, I want to rewind and be able to okay, what is he saying here, or what is that the tip that he's passing by? I would like to have it, let's say, this year.
I might want to watch it again next year.
Next year,
or
again.
A year after that. Or
I agree. You were correct. They maybe not for infinity, but you know,
for
5 years, 10 years, or something like that, right?
Yeah. I mean, so you know what I'll do is the next time I talk to Ron Pollard, with Ron Pollard, I'll say, hey, next time you talk to a Nikon guy, tell him that Selective Imagery isn't happy with your mentor courses, because I want to be able to view them through your website for years, not a limited basis.
Exactly.
You know, otherwise, people aren't going to want to buy the course. You know, I mean, or what am I going to do? I could set up. I suppose I could watch the video and film my screen with my camera, but then I'm probably violating copyright laws, and I'd go to jail. So I can't do that. So
and particularly something that gets labeled a course, right? A course is like a textbook. It's like you buy a textbook and you can read it. You can only read it once.
Here's an interesting comment, but I don't know if I'd be violating copyright stuff.
You will.
You need a screen record program. I don't. Yeah, but I might be violating their agreement. I don't know. I don't know.
But you see, Jeff, I see the big universities, correct? I mean, Stanford, when they do courses, sometimes they do give you access to those courses for a long time, correct?
Yeah, yeah. I
So
mean, now maybe I talked to the wrong person.
maybe.
Maybe they gave me
Hopefully.
bad information, right? Maybe I talk to somebody else tomorrow. I get a completely different answer. You never know,
Yeah,
right?
but $280 is still money, correct?
It's still money. Yeah. I mean, I'd love to take his course. I mean, I'm not necessarily going to be talking to a bartender at a bar and saying, I want to take a bunch of pictures of you and write a story about you and tell a story with my pictures with you. I mean, not, it would be interesting, but I don't know that I would be doing that, but doesn't mean I don't have an interest in learning from that person.
Exactly.
Right. Even Jerry Jonas, I mean, I'm not going to make a living doing weddings. I did a few. I'm done. I don't want to do any more. But would I find it extremely interesting to see how he does weddings, how he does photography for weddings? Yeah. I
He's
mean,
very good at posing.
yeah. I mean, like when you think about it, think of all the stupid stuff you spend $300 on.
Exactly.
Right. So even if you're not doing it learning it to do it for a living or make money, you throw $300. Some people spend $300 with two people going out to have a meal. They'll spend $300.
Exactly. So like you said, Jeff, it seems to be like a good idea, but poorly implemented.
Well, if what the person said was true, what she told me, I definitely didn't like too much. Let's put it that way. We're going to get into some lens quizzing here, lens questions for Roy. I guess we'll start with that. We're going to throw these out at Roy, and then we're all going to be able to get in on the fun. Okay, so part of this is going to be asking about some specific lenses, and then kind of doing a comparison, getting into wide angle or some wide angle zooms, and saying, this is what you got with the F mount. This is what you got with the Z mount. Does the Z mount need to do more, or are we good with what we've got? And I want to get his opinion on the quality of some of this F mount glass, because, Nikon Rumors has a big thing saying that a lot of the F mount glass is going to be discontinued. They're going to have some big kind of sale going on. And, maybe this is the perfect time to get an piece of F mount glass for a lens that you want, but knowing that it isn't really going to be something you're going to use as a daily shooting lens. It's going to be a once in a while. And maybe you say to yourself, like me, it's like, I kept some F mount glass because I says, it's a good lens. I'm not going to sell it and get rid of it for nothing. And it's a great lens, and I don't use it a lot. So because I don't use it a lot, I have it if I need it, but I don't use it enough where I want to go out and buy a Z mount equivalent. And if the F mount glass is going to have some like gigantic sales, supposedly up to, $4,000 or more off on some of the high end glass, F mount glass, you may be very tempted to buy some of this used glass. And if those prices are dropping, they're being discontinued, there could be some great deals out there that you're going to find, and some price adjustments that might get made from some of these places that sell used F-mount glass as well. But my first question is, because this is something that I'm kind of interested in seeing personally. So, Roy, what do you think of the old AF micro Nikkor 200 millimeter f4 macro lens? Is it worth buying?
That's actually sharper than the Z one. That's the only. That's one of the few AF old lenses that's sharper than the Z one.
Okay, so like they're selling that lens right now. If you're getting it in near mint to mint condition, it's ranging like $800 to $1,000. Do you consider that a good deal?
Yeah, excellent. I think the Z lens more usable though. A 200 millimeters is really a bug lens.
Yeah.
100 millimeters is ideal for macro because you got enough room to get the light in between.
Now, here's a follow-up question on that is, do you think that Nikon would consider making a 200 millimeter macro again, or you think it's not going to happen?
They've always made them, so they should make it again. It's one of the few lenses actually sharper than a Z lens, but it's not the friendliest lens to get using.
Yeah. Now we're gonna keep rolling out the questions for you. Now, if you want a tilt shift lens, does it make sense to buy the F mount version and put the FTZ on it, or should people? I mean, it's going to be a use case thing here, or do you think that tilt shift lenses in the Z mount are going to be something we may see in the next year?
I think they'll have to release them eventually because people like product photographers need the 85 and architecture shooters need the wide angle. But they're all manual anyway. All the tilt shift are manual.
Manual
so it's
focus.
not going to make a big difference for the time being.
So now correct me if I'm wrong, which I very well may be. I believe that you have right now in the F mount, you have a 19 millimeter 24 and a 35 tilt shift lens, and you have a 45 millimeter and a 85 millimeter micro
they're
lens.
tilt shift too, but they're just also micro.
Right.
I
So
use the 85 a lot.
okay, I was going to say if you had to out of those 5 choices, 19, 24, 35, 45, or 85, if you were going to say I can afford to invest in 2 lenses, which 2 would you pick and why?
Well, the 19 is really expensive, but I love that lens. I'd like one of those, but it's more of an architecture lens. The 85 is for product shooting because you need to be able to control the depth of the fall of the focus.
Yeah.
And that's what tilt shift does.
Now, do you find that I'm making it, I don't want to make an assumption, but I guess I'll just be careful how I word this. When you're using an 85 for product photography and you're using the tilt shift feature, is that more beneficial if you're shooting smaller products?
Not really. It doesn't matter that much. The difference is a normal lens focus is at a set distance from the lens, square across the lens.
Right.
With a tilt shift, you can turn that focus so some things in the background are more in focus, and it's an angle to where the lens is that's in focus, and that saves you having to do so much stacking. Otherwise, you'd have to stack everything to get everything in focus.
So in terms of, if you could get a good deal on an F mount version, though, I think it would not be necessarily it wouldn't necessarily be a bad decision to buy one and use an FTZ.
They're very
right?
sharp, they're very usable, and they're manual anyway, so I can't see. There's a few tilt shift adapters that go between the lens. I'm waiting for one of them to come out in Z mount so you can adapt these old lenses.
Well, I found now that since you made that comment, I'm prepared for you. I found, and there may be more than one. I found what they call a photodiox, FOTODIOX, photodiox tilt shift adapter that will adapt any Nikon F mount lens to a Z mount camera and allow you to have tilt shift functionality, and it only costs $220. And you can do plus or minus 10 degrees shift and a 10-degree tilt, and it can rotate 360 degrees. It's all chrome plated brass and solid metal. There's no plastic on it at all. And if you zero everything out, it's just like having an F mount to a Z mount adapter. Is something like that you know,
It's worth using if you're not going to do a lot of it. That's a good way to go. But I
yeah,
wish it was made by a different maker.
yeah.
I've had a few photodiox problems. One of them
Okay.
actually put
Well,
one
that
fell
was my
apart and
question.
moved it in the camera.
You look at that. You say $220, and I could put a lot of different lenses on that and have that capability. Isn't any good.
It is, but a true tilt shift, the main difference is the circle of focus is much bigger than a normal lens. So that when you tilt and shift it, it's still in focus. Whereas if you put a normal lens on that adapter, you may go past its field of focus. If you
So
follow
it's
me.
more. It's limited. It's limited.
It's going to be limited.
Yeah. Okay, we got more. I'm curious if anybody in the chat has actually, if they've had the opportunity, or if they've actually used an F-mount tilt shift lens with an FTZ adapter on their Z cameras or not. And if you have, please share your comments and let us know if you like the results. You know, because like Roy said, some of those the wider lenses are very, very good for architectural photography, where you're dealing with, so you don't have buildings that look like they're tilting over, and you don't have, the.
Oh, look at that photo from the cathedral. You can see.
Yeah, even for landscapes.
Yeah.
Same problem with landscape. All the trees tilt backwards.
Yeah.
the
So
normal solution is to keep your camera level with the horizon, flat. Then things don't tilt backwards.
Hear that, landscape people? Keep your landscape, keep your camera level with the landscape.
But you see, Jeff, I have the I think I have the 24 and the 45, right?
Tilt shift?
Yeah,
you have them.
I have them.
Okay, so have you tried them on your Z mount?
Yes, it works perfectly fine. Actually, I tell you, with the FTC adapter,
yeah,
it works better for one reason. Well, if you do that thing, and Troy can tell you, when you in the D850, when you do tilt and shift, sometimes it can pinch your fingers.
Yeah.
Correct. But because in the tilt motion, you don't have a space below the lens, correct? But now you have the adapter, so they are a little bit further.
Oh, yeah, you're all the knobs are a little further away from the body.
Exactly.
You got more room to work.
Exactly. But so it works. But again, the problem is, correct, the issue of flexibility. I would love to have this one, but carrying those lenses.
I'm gonna bring Roy over to show that.
Exactly. That's the 85 tilt shift.
Yeah. So I didn't have that one, Troy, and I think
I've got a 24 and a 35 as well, but I don't use them much.
Yeah.
It just moves itself.
Well, what one would you, if you were doing landscape photography, which one would you want to use?
I'd love the 19, but it's very expensive.
Yeah.
the 24.
Probably the 24.
24, yeah.
And the other thing is that Roy knows that not in the tilt but in the shift function, it makes the most beautiful panorama, because you can you move in this direction, you move in this direction, you move and there is no parallax problem.
Yeah, everything's going to line up perfect when you go and put it together.
And no parallax. So the elements in front, let's say a foreground, is still in the images in the same place, right? So but again, the issue, if I were a landscape photographer all the time, I would take it. But since I'm the occasional one, then you take the whatever bought the 14 to 20. It's the compromise, okay? I have carried those lenses, let's say, on a trip to the mountains in Colorado, and I use them, 5% of the time.
Yeah.
But when you use them, you get great results.
Yeah, it's like a fisheye, something special.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's kind of like the next lens I was going to bring up, is the fisheye. Is you've heard me talk several times about maybe buying the F-mount 8 to 15 millimeter fisheye. so that you have the circular effect at 8 millimeters, and you have a rectangular image at 15 millimeters. But one person when I was reading reviews on it on B&H or whatever, one person made a very interesting comment, which is true. Kind of goes along with the tilt shift scenario. That's an old one.
It is. I've got an older one than that. That's my favorite though.
But a comment was, the person said, is the cost per image for me to have that lens is very cost prohibitive, because I don't use it enough for what I have to spend for that lens. I don't use it often enough where I feel that I'm getting my money's worth.
This lens is interesting because it sticks into the camera, and I didn't use it for about 20 years until I got a F-mount adapter, because of the sticky bit that you have to lock the mirror up normally.
Yeah, because if you
And
don't,
these are really
if you
cheap
don't do
because of that.
you could wreck your camera trying to just jam it in there.
Whereas with the FTZ adapter, it works lovely on a Z camera.
What? How many millimeters is that one?
7.
Oh my God!
Wow.
The other one's 6.
Wow, you're getting into that expensive Gray's lens that they showed that one time. They had.
I feel sorry for them. They scratched their 6 millimeter.
They scratched it.
But Jeff, is the issue is what is your prime motivation for photography, correct? So you would say, should I buy? I mean, Chuck the other day was asking, should I buy the 800 millimeter, or should I buy a 600 TC? I would say, if you shoot wildlife every day, that's okay, correct? Because that's what you do. If you do landscape, buying all these lenses, and I see where you're coming from on this, that promo they have, basically clearing the inventory of head mount. Wow, there are some lenses there that are fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like I can only talk about my use case. I could think of lenses that I'd like to own, that I would use, that I would get a unique shot with, that would get used a very small percentage of the time. So do I say to myself, it doesn't make any sense for me to spend the extra money and wait for that to come out in a Z mount, because it's going to cost me more money.
Exactly.
But I could go out and buy a lens that's going to do a good job, very good job, and get it at a potentially a very reasonable price, or even a bargain price as an F mount, and just use the adapter. And because I'm not using it in my day-to-day workflow, it's like a unique situation. I'm in a building with a dome with interesting engravings on the wall or paintings inside the dome or whatever, and I want to get a fisheye image of it. I got one. I could use it. I'm going to get a unique picture, and I go, wow, that's great. But a lot of people will buy a fisheye lens and they'll go nuts with it and take everything with a fisheye for about 3 or 4 days, and then they'll be sick of it and they'll never use it again. It lends itself to a unique perspective in very specific use cases, and it's nice to have. But like I said, I really can't justify waiting and buying it in a Z mount, because I'm not going to use it a lot. But if I can get a deal on it in an F mount, no harm, no foul, right? I didn't spend a lot of money. When I do want to use it, I have it, and it's going to give me a good image. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. Way I'm talking here, that's kind of how I'm looking at it.
But for sure, these are specialty lenses. In my case, because I'm the occasional landscape photographer, I will take a more generic landscape lens, but then I say, oh, wow, this will be a good location for a tilt shift. Yeah. So I will, not in the same day, another trip, I will go to that location and bring that specialty lens. They're a specialty, correct? They are not the run of the mill. They don't have the flexibility. But I tell you that 24. Actually, I'm intrigued about that 85, Roy, because sometimes you have a more remote landscape and you want to do that possibility of doing this kind of perfect panel. That would be also used not only for product photography, correct?
There's a few Chinese ones that are probably cheaper too. The thing is, you're not going to use it much, so it might be worth looking at the Chinese ones.
Yeah.
And that's why I kept those, Jeff. I think I could get good, not now because they're going to be, but I could have got a good value for money. But I say these are going to be manual. They always are going to be manual.
Which is fine. You're using it for landscape. Doesn't matter.
Or exactly. Then I'm going to use a manual. They will work with the STC adapter. Fantastic. I just keep it for that. Correct. The occasional you go to a location that you can visit regularly and say, okay, I'm going to try that location with that lens.
Now, what I'm going to do here next is I'm going to state a F mount lens, and then compare it to if there is a Z mount lens that is similar or the same. Just so people know. Yeah, you could buy this in an F mount. It's also that you could get it in a Z mount, or you can't, or what are your choices? We can kind of talk about, and part of this would be if I call out a lens that there is nothing for a comparable for in a Z mount. The question to both of you is going to be is, would it make sense for Nikon to make that lens in a Z mount? So it's kind of like a two-part question. So the first lens I'm going to bring up is on the F mount side. You could get a 16 to 35 millimeter f4 G lens. Now on the Z mount side, you've got the 14 to 30 f4. So they're both f4. F mount 16 to 35, Z mount 14 to 30. So here my question is, okay, is that close enough where it doesn't matter, or would you want to see a 16 to 35? I mean, for me, a 14 to 30 is close enough to a 16 to 35. So I don't know that Nikon would want to make a 16 to 35 in the Z mount because they have the 14 to 30. What do you guys think?
Well, the Tamron 15 to 30 is about 16 to 30 anyway. And I'm not really fond of the 16 to 35 that they produced years ago. The only reason I got this is because the filters on the 14 to 24 were such a pain.
Yeah. Now here, so I mean, I think it's kind of covered pretty good with what I'm just saying. In this case, I think it's covered pretty good with the zoom on the Z mount side because it's the same aperture. But what would be interesting is if I don't know if they would ever think about it, is if they had a 14 to 50.
It's probably a compromise too much.
You think so?
It'd be handy, but it's. I'd rather see the 10 to 20 that Canon's got. Their 10 to 20 f4 full frame would be a really good addition to Nikon's lineup.
Yeah, I do agree.
So the next lens I'm going to bring up is on the F mount side. You got an 18 millimeter f2.8 AFD, and you've got a 20 millimeter f1.8 for the Z mount. So
yes,
there is no 18 millimeter Z mount. Do you think there should be an 18 millimeter Z mount, or is it not? Or is it not necessary? Is that not a big enough difference?
Close enough.
They're close enough, right?
20 is pretty close. I'd like to go wider. I'd like to see about say a 12 millimeter or something like that. Something really wide. If you're going to go past 20, you might as well go all the way.
Lower. Right. So the question I have though is like you got the 21.8 right now.
Yes.
Is it is it possible to make a wider lens and still make it 1.8, or is 20 kind of like the limit? If you did a 16 millimeter f1.8, is that even possible, or would it be so expensive that nobody would be able to buy it?
It's not that different, really. There's a 16 millimeter, I think 2.8 in the fisheye in the old F glass.
Right. Yes, there
And
is.
that's not a big lens at all. That's a tiny lens.
Okay.
So they could do it.
So I guess that's an interesting thing to watch, is like for a fixed wide angle lens, if Nikon's going to try to create some wider glass than 20 that's still at an f1.8. And the thing is, like with the f1.8, and some people say, well, I don't need, I'm shooting in pretty decent light, I don't need 1.8. But the thing is, you got two ways of thinking, or sometimes you're thinking about both. Some people are going to say, well, I want the just like with the 1.4 lens, I want the widest aperture I can get, so that I can shoot in low light. Other people are going to say, I could get away with an f4 lens. That's not a problem. I'm not shooting in low light. I'm doing landscapes. I'm going to stop down the lens anyway, for depth of field. I don't need the 1.8. But depending on your subject matter, some people are going to say, well, I don't necessarily need the 1.8 for the light gathering capability. I want the 1.8 because of the bokeh, right? So it's a combination of bokeh.
You're not going to get too much bokeh on an ultra wide lens anyway.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, a wide angle lens doesn't have a lot of bokeh. Speed. They're sharp. They're sharp almost
1.8.
Right? They're sharp almost the full.
Yes.
Full aperture range, or if you stop it down to f4 and beyond, you're sharp everywhere.
Well, this 7 millimeter doesn't have a aperture range, or it just focuses everything from the lens to infinity.
It's just so the depth of field is just so good, you don't need it, right?
Yeah. The wider you go, the more depth of field you've got.
Yeah. Jeff and Leslie, have a good one. Nice for you to come on. I see you're taking off. Thanks for coming on. So maybe that one, the 1.8 isn't that well. In this case, the 20 millimeter f1.8 people like because it's great for astrophotography.
One of the Nikon's best Z lenses and one of their best AFS lenses.
Right. Now Nikon used to make they made a 17 to 35 f2.8, and we've got the 17 to 28 f2.8, which is isn't that the quote unquote Tamron Z mount lens?
Nikon.
Yeah, the Tamron Nikon lens, the combo platter,
yes.
Right? So I don't know. That range once again is pretty close. I don't know.
17 to 35 was a really sharp lens, though. It's probably sharper than the Tamron. I mean, the Nikon Tamron.
So do you think? You think that range would that range make sense for them to make a Z mount in that range?
I don't think so. That had one plastic element in it. I think most lenses these days got plastic elements, though.
Ava's taking off. Ava, see you later. Thanks for coming on. We appreciate it. Don't forget to send me some images, folks. So I'm going to put this reminder up right now before everybody's walking away here on me. Reminder, photo review next Saturday, folks. I only got 25 images. We've been averaging 80. I don't want to get 20 from one person. Let's try to get some images in here. So, get them to me by next Friday. Or this coming Friday, I should say, because we're into Saturday. Let's get some images sent to me. And like I said before, I realize, due to weather conditions in a lot of the country, it's been blazingly hot and humid in a lot of places. Miserable miserable for photographers. A lot of us might not have gotten out to take pictures. Send me old stuff. Doesn't have to be new stuff. Send old stuff. Old stuff is just as good as new stuff. If we haven't seen it, send it in. Okay.
It will be new to us.
That's right. That's right. So just a reminder for everybody to deluge me with images next week. We got a lot of catching up to do.
I would take opportunity here to say bye-bye as well, because I am fading fast here. My 24 hours or more without sleeping is catching up with me. It was nice to see you guys, and I'm for sure see you next week.
All right. Have a good one, sir. And hopefully, end of the week, you can zing me a few
no, for
pictures
sure.
for the photo review.
You probably have it by Monday.
I'll probably have it by Monday. Well, you don't have to do it that fast.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
All right. Have a good one. Okay,
Yes.
Roy, since it's just the two of us now, I'm going to make us bigger.
Okay. We're bigger.
We're bigger. And now you did mention, I had it written down here, you did mention that there used to be a 16 millimeter f2.8 fisheye lens.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Or
is
it's
it just
handy to have. I didn't like the 18 to 15, the 8 to 15, because it goes from a circular fisheye
right
to a rectangular fisheye, and that drove me nuts. I'd rather have one or the other.
Now, is 16 not wide enough?
Not really. You might as well use your 14 to 24 or something, and that's rectilinear. That's not distorted like a fisheye is.
Yeah. So you would, if you were going to get a fisheye, you'd rather get a fisheye that's probably like 10 millimeters or wider.
Oh yeah, yeah, because you want that fisheye effect.
Yeah. Now they used to also have a 14 millimeter f2.8.
They did. That wasn't my favorite lens, but they had one.
Yeah, and then they had a 24 millimeter f1.4. The Z mount, we got the 24 millimeter f1.8. Now, do you think that the Z mount, that the Z mount 24 1.8 is a better lens than the 24 1.4 G? Easily. Okay. So there'd be no real driving reason for them to come out with a 1.4 24 millimeter lens.
For many occasions, we don't need the speed anymore. We don't need a really fast lens.
Yeah.
If you're shooting astro or something like that, or portraits, and you really need that soft background, you may need one. But for portraits, I hardly ever shoot anything but 5.6 or f8.
Yeah.
I don't care about I don't need the background to be blurred out.
Now they had a 28-1.8 in the F mount. We got a 28-2.8 in the Z mount. They got a 30.
Probably doesn't matter.
Right. We got a 35 millimeter 1.8 in the F mount, but we got plenty of 35 millimeters in the Z mount. We got the new 1.4. We got the 1.8. We're going to get the 1.2. So I think, we've beat to death the 35 millimeter focal length. I don't think we're going to need any more.
I think a 35 millimeter needs to be smaller than what a 1.2 is going to be. The 1.2 is probably going to be too big.
Yeah.
Most of the 35 millimeters are used by street shooters.
Yep. So the only other wide angle lenses we have are 2 out of the 3 I'm going to mention are the cheaper ones with the plastic mounts. We got the 26 2.8, the 28 2.8, and the 40 millimeter f2, which really isn't wide.
26 is, I think, it's a metal mount.
Yeah, 26 the metal mount is like $100 and something more, right? $150 more, I think, than the other one.
It's a little expensive for what it is compared to, say, the 40, but it's a really good lens.
But
the 40 is probably better value.
So really, having gone over really all this, what we had, what we got now, if you had to summarize it, what what lenses do you rather than getting into the specialty ones like the tilt shifts and fish eyes, what do you think we need in the wide angle
I think just the 10
arena?
to 20 that Canon's got's all we need.
Just throw in a 10 to 20.
Got everything then.
And we're good.
There's 3 or 4 things I don't like in lenses. Plastic mounts.
Yeah.
If it's over 50 millimeters, I don't like plastic mounts. I don't like external zooms because on a long lens, it will throw the lens off balance. I don't like variable to focus on a studio lens because you have to keep adjusting your lights. There's something else I don't like, but I don't remember it. Oh, plastic
plastic
waterfilm.
lens elements.
No, them too.
Yeah.
Lots of Chinese ones have got plastic lens elements these days.
Yeah.
I don't know how well they're going to go.
Okay, Greg's throwing out a printer question. So that's okay. So strong feelings about a Canon ProGraph 1000 versus an Epson SureColor 900.
Both are good printers.
Yeah.
But they're inkjet. Unless you use an inkjet constantly, they clog up.
Yeah, you gotta look at too is how much when you clean, how often do you got to clean the nozzles? Like some people will say, well, as long as I do, some people, depending on the brand, will tell you if you make at least a print a week, you're going to be okay. Some will say you got to do 3 or 4 prints a week and then you're okay.
Depends on the printer.
So yeah, it depends on the printer. So you want to look into that. You want to look into the printer manufacturer will tell you. Well, you want to look at how many milliliters are the ink cartridges, and how much do they cost? Because that's really a big deal. You want to look at, okay, how much am I paying per milliliter of ink, and do a comparison. And how many?
You need more of them. You need about 7 cartridges, not 4.
Right. You get a high-end printer. You can have like what do you call it? Like a gloss black and a flat black, and you can have even a darker black. You can have like maybe 3 black colors in there at times, and you could have some that are 12 ink printers or whatever. So you got basic ones that might only be your 4 or 5 cartridges. You got some that are going to be 7 and 9. You got some that are going to be 12 or more. So. But you got to look. The ink cost is what's going to kill you. So you want to look at the cost. A lot of printers, like Canon, had a very good article. I forget what printer it was when I was researching printers, and they actually broke it down, and they could tell you for a certain size print, this is how much it's going to cost you in ink to make that print. They had it calculated very, very well, and I don't know that all printer manufacturers do the same thing, but you want to look into that because that's what's going to kill you. You're going to spend you're going to spend as much on the ink. You're going to spend almost as much on the ink as you spent on the printer within a few $100. If you buy $1,000 printer, you're going to spend $600 to $700 for ink. But how much ink are you getting, and how many cartridges do you want, and how often are you going to print, and how much does it use to clean the nozzles? Because they'll tell you that too. You're going to consume X amount of ink every time you do a cleaning cycle on your nozzles. So you want to know that, because that's part of your cost too. And some of these printers will do an automatic cleaning of the nozzle every so often, and that's why you have the what do they call that thing? What's that thing you got to put in the printer that basically collects all the ink when it cleans the nozzle? What do they call that?
A recovery thing.
Like
but the thing is, printers are cheap because they can get the money back on the cartridges. When you get a new inkjet printer, the cartridges are usually only half full. And they expect to get the money back when you buy a new set.
Yeah, and here's a comment. Epson printers allow you to take out the waste pad. Yeah, so some of them you got to buy have extra waist pads. You got to replace the waist pads. So that's another cost. So I mean, there's a handful of little things you want to look into.
Epson do have their eco printers with we have external tanks.
Yeah, I mean, if you could find a professional grade Epson printer that has the refillable giant containers to refill the tanks, that's going to be your
That's
best
their eco range.
Your best cost savings. Best cost savings.
Or bite the bullet and just get a laser. Not quite as good a quality, but you print on photo paper, on fax paper, instead of glossy paper. Glossy paper is very expensive, especially when you go to A3 and A2.
Yeah, I mean, I've always fought with. I actually had like a $1,200 printer once, and I just didn't print enough. I just didn't print enough. I was spending too much on ink, spending too much time cleaning the nozzles out, stuff like that. And I stopped printing, and I send all my prints. The prints that I do now, I send them out. Although I still have the strong desire, and I fight myself every year come Christmas time. Every Christmas, I fight myself and try to convince myself out of buying a printer because, yeah, it's nice if you can calibrate your monitor, you calibrate your printer. You got everything where you're going to get the result that you want. You're not, and a lot of these home bought printers actually do a higher DPI than the commercial printers do. Mm-hmm. Most of the I use MPix a lot. MPix doesn't do 300 dots per inch. They do like 250. A lot of them don't do 300 dots per inch. You get your own printer. You can do over 300 dots per inch with those printers. So you could get really, really, really anal about the quality of your print, but are you going to use it often enough? If you're not selling photos where you got people coming in and every day you're printing a couple more, or selling them, blah, 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 then yeah, it makes a lot of sense to buy a really, really super nice printer, set it up in your house, do your own prints, calibrate everything, dead nuts perfect every time. You'd be happy as a clam, right? But if you're only doing it occasionally, just send it out. Send it out. Find a lab that you like, send it out.
I send nearly all my stuff out, but I use a laser printer just for quick prints to see what it's going to look like. Because a laser printer can sit there for 6 months and it won't degrade.
But yeah, it's a tough decision. I have that fight when myself and I have that argument every year.
Yeah, I've been very tempted too, but got too many memories of clogged printers and buying glossy paper for them, wasting it and all that stuff.
Yeah, like your Greg's screen right here. He has two, but has clogged nozzle issues.
And if it gets too clogged, you need a new head.
A new head, yeah. So then it's like, okay, and yeah, and who knows if they'll even sell you a new head. They may say, oh no, you got to buy a new printer. You don't know what you're going to get right from these guys. So yeah, buying a printer is a tough decision, and it's as they say, a slippery slope that you're going on. A slippery slope. But yeah, I would love the control of the whole process, but so far I pulled back the reins and I kept myself in check, and I spent $1,200 for a printer once, and I haven't had one in decades now, to be honest.
You're lucky. I've never spent that little on a printer.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't doing anything bigger than 11 by 17s at the time, so I didn't have to buy like the real big ones, on the floor stands, that type of thing. It was a desktop model, but yeah, if you want to get into doing, you want to start using your printer papers on a roll feed, and then cutting it to size, and you're doing 20 by 30s, or you're doing bigger prints than that, you better make sure you're using that printer.
They're very expensive to maintain as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get a contract to maintain them for you, but that's expensive too.
Yeah. It's
Printers are a pain.
yeah. It's
Easier
just,
to send it out.
I just think of all the times that I have to cuss myself over some weird thing going on with the computer and having to talk to technical support and talk to Apple or talk to whoever, or I have a weird thing. I lose my power, and then I got to deal with my RAID system, trying to get that up and running right again. And, I got things daisy chained to each other, and, and I go, yeah, so I want to add a printer to the mix so I can deal with the fun of a printer too. I'm like, might not be the best idea. But yeah, I personally, I use, I looked into Miller Labs. Miller Labs owns MPix. I've been using MPix for decades. I'm very happy with what I get from them. The few times I have not been happy, they have reprinted stuff for me for free and sent it to me. I like to use for my bird stuff, I like to use their metallic paper. I think it's a Kodak paper. It's like a metallic glossy paper. It really brings out the colors nice. It really looks nice. I like to really bring out colors in an image as best I can. So I personally like that. It costs a little bit more, but I love the result. I love the result.
Yeah, I like metallic, but I haven't done it for a while.
I
don't like canvas. Canvas is very crude. It's very
I be honest with you, I bought canvas prints from people, but I've never done a canvas print, only because it's, to me, we sit here, we talk about a grainy file, right? You put it on a canvas, it's pretty doggone grainy. It's very grainy. Yeah, and I'd rather have an acrylic, a metal print, or an acrylic print, or a metal print than a canvases are, I think, if you're doing like
if you're doing something simple, it's very dramatic.
Yeah, canvases are very expensive too. You could do a wonderful print for a heck of a lot less money than you're going to pay for a canvas. A lot less money. Let's see if
gloss papers are expensive still.
Yeah, and what's weird is the format, with the with the Z9 or the Z8, you're doing, for me, it's like standard format. You could do 16 to 9, 1 to 1. What is it, 3 to 2, or 3 to 2.
Right.
So you got 8 by 12, 12 by 18, and then you got some printers that they'll do an 11 by 17, but they can't do a 12 by 18. Or you get a printer where you're going to have a border around it, or you can't do it edge to edge print in the size that you want to print. You're going to have a border. It drives you nuts. It's like, it drives you nuts. What print size are you gonna? And you'd like to not have to. You'd like to be able to just use the aspect ratio that's built into your camera and not start fooling around with changing it too much. Personally, I'm lazy. I don't want to have to change it too much. So I do a lot of. I haven't done anything bigger than a 20 by 30, to be honest with you. By the time I put a mat around it, that adds a couple inches all the way around. Put a frame around it, that could be another couple inches all the way around. That's a pretty good size print to hang up on a wall. So I like 12 by 18s and I like 20 by 30s. 8 by 12s to me are my economy print for someone that doesn't want to spend any money at all. But I 12 by 18s are decent when you mat them and frame them. That's a decent size. And 20 by 30 is when you got the wall space. And now if you get into doing panoramics, that's a whole different story. If you do panoramics, you're going to have not a high, but a very wide frame, depending on how big your panoramic is.
It's good to see them printed, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good to see something in print.
Now I used to get all the photo magazines when I was a kid, and what was interesting is when it used to be a guy from, I think it was someone that was an editor or something with Modern Photography. I can't think of his name, but he used to do panoramic images that weren't just left to right. They were left to right, and they were two layers, one the vertically. So you had two. You had a panoramic that went left to right, and then it's like you shot above it and you went left to right again, and then you put them all together. I mean, it was like crazy amount of images that the person would do, and show you what he did, in the magazine, and you're like, holy moly.
Easier to use a wider lens.
Yeah, that's like a real heck of a lot of work, to do a double decker like that. Or some people just do a vertical pano, right? They just orientate their camera in portrait mode and they do the pano that way. I mean, that's an okay way of doing it too, right? You just have a lot more images.
Don't forget, the problem with that is the exposure has to be the same for every photo. Otherwise, it looks very weird. Yeah. All on manual.
Well, that's where you adjust one, right, in Lightroom or Photoshop, and you save your settings and you apply it to all the other ones. That
won't save you if the exposure is wrong in the first place.
Yeah. But yeah, I haven't gotten into that. I've done a few where I did where I changed my aspect ratio, or I fooled around with it, made it custom size, so it looks like a pano, but it's not. It's not tall, but it's long. And some of those look pretty good, but they're not huge prints. They're, maybe they're 18 inches across or something. They're not gigantic.
I know those are fun, but it's easier just to use a wide lens and crop it. If you've got wide enough lens and a high enough resolution in the camera.
Yeah. We still got 18 people in here, which isn't bad for this hour of the morning. I looked at Sony rumors a little bit. I'll just share a few other rumor information from other camera brands. I guess Sony's going to release an 85 millimeter f1.4 GM version 2. It's going to be announced the end of August. But that's the whole story right now. Nothing more than that. There's a possible FX9 successor and a low probability, less than 20%. I guess they've been talking about a rumored 24-70 f2.0 GM lens, but Sony rumors is saying that that's only a 20% probability that may happen at this point in time.
Trouble is, every stop you go faster, the lens doubles in size.
Now, what was kind of interesting is we all think, we think Kodak's dead. Kodak's dead. Well, Kodak's not as dead as we think it is. Kodak has a 28.3% market share in Japan for fixed lens cameras. Who would have thought that one? That one shocked the heck out of me. They're all, obviously very inexpensive cameras, not made by Kodak anyway. I mean, obviously not made by Kodak, just has their name on it. But they got a 28.3% market share in Japan.
Shows you can really trust these figures, doesn't it?
Yeah. They've done a firmware update on some Sigma lenses, 3 Sigma lenses, to support the A9 III's 120 frames per second. They updated the firmware on the Sigma 50mm f1.4 DGDN lens, the 105 2.8 macro, and the 14 to 24 2.8 DGDN lens. So for those that have Sigma lenses and may have been like saying, oh, I can't shoot 120 frames per second on my A9 III. Well, now you can if you update the firmware. Supposedly an A7 V will be on the market in 2025. They have no specs, but if you go to Sony Alpha Rumors, they will share with you some guesses about what they think it might have, but they
don't start that.
Yeah, they have no hard information from anybody. So I did not bother to share the dream team, what we want to see in that camera, because
it's all rumors.
Means nothing at this point in time. The Sony RX10 version 4 production is supposed to end this summer with no replacement in sight for that camera. This has been out a while, but it's interesting seeing it on the Sony Reps website. Is Small Rig had announced a while back a new cooling system that you could use on Sony, Canon, Fuji cameras, and it's just a fan kit. It's $49.99. It's a snap-on cooling fan with what they call a TEC cooling module, and it works on the Canon R5 and R6. It works on the Sony ZV-E1, the A7 IV, the A6700, and the FX3, and it works on the Fujifilm X-T4 or the X-S10-4815. Wow, all these
have already got that.
It's like, well, all these, yeah, Fuji has their own fan anyway. I'm not a fan of the fans. I don't know. Sorry.
No, they're all right for video cameras, but not for stills.
Now, Fuji Rumors had, this is how crazy it's getting, Roy. We all know that Canon's kind of done this on some of their glass. So Tamron has a patent for some big zoom lenses, a 400 to, oh, wow, I typed this in wrong. I think it's a 400 to 1900 millimeter, f10 to f11.5.
That's going to be a big lens.
It must be 400 to it must be 400 to a 900. 400 to a 900 is what my guess is. I think
that's not size.
And then they got a 250 to 700. That's going to be a f6.5 to 13. I don't know why they think these long zooms with horrendously variable apertures, where if you're really zoomed out or zoomed it as far as you can, you're shooting, you got to be in like noontime sun to be able to do it,
Yeah.
I don't know why they
get an eclipse.
I don't know why people are going to want to buy that stuff.
I was surprised with Canon's 800. What is it? F11.
Yep.
Weird enough.
They're coming out. Fuji's coming out with a fixed lens GFX camera in 2025, and they're claiming it's going to use a 28 millimeter equivalent lens, maybe an f3.2 lens, which they're saying is like equivalent to an f2.5 regarding depth of field on a full frame camera.
It doesn't change with sensor size. Depth of field doesn't change with sensor size.
Yeah. So they're going to say, so you'll get a wider field of view than the Fuji X100 version 6. All right. Some stores in Japan are apparently stating or saying that the Fujifilm GFX 50S version 2 is being discontinued. So they're asking themselves, is this the end of the 50 megapixel camera for Fuji? But I think that's a lot of hype. Who knows? But
I think about 80 megapixels would be ideal for those size cameras, that size sensor. 100's pushing it a little bit, but you get away with it. It's still not a big sensor. It's the crop sensor of medium format.
So here's the question: is why have they not? Why don't they develop a sensor that represents what most of us consider real medium format?
Probably
Can't do
cost, and they'd have to redo all their lenses.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's why it's easy to say. It's easy to say Nikon have a cinema camera like Canon or something, but whole new line of lenses you got to do, right?
Yeah.
They're saying the R3 line. I guess people are wondering. The Canon has come out and stated that the R3 line of cameras will continue. I guess some people were thinking the R3 camera line is dead, and they had but Petapixel talked to Canon reps, and they said there will be an R3 line that it will be continuing. And I guess the first, what was considered, I guess that line of camera goes back as far as the EOS 3 in 1998.
The R3 is quite a good camera, but it's very specialized.
So that's really all I dug up for tonight's show, other than what we've been talking about, and I think it was really good to talk about the lenses. What we had in F mount, what we got in Z mount, because you really see that the lens situation isn't as horrific as what we may have had in our head. It's
We're pretty lucky for Z lenses now.
Yeah, I mean, you can maybe see, a couple fixed wide angle lenses that might come out. Eventually they may come out with some tilt shift lenses, come out with some other specialty lenses, the fisheye lens maybe. Oh, this was a question for you that I think I wrote it down here somewhere. Somebody was saying that on that 8 to 15 millimeter f mount fisheye to rectangular
lens, I know it well.
That at the 8 millimeter setting, people in the reviews of that lens were saying they always had like a blue line across the outer edge of the circular image. Is that
that's
crop?
Normal for many circular fisheyes?
What's that?
That's normal for most circular fisheyes.
That's normal. So how do you get rid of that? How would you get rid of that in post?
I would crop it out with a circular crop.
You would just do a circular crop, huh? Yeah, that would be the quick and dirty way, right?
Yes.
There you go. Simple answer for a simple question.
I like easy solutions.
Yeah.
Quick and dirty is my middle name, I think.
But that, why does it get that line? Is it just because the lens is made?
Color aberrations. The thing is, you've got such dynamic light movements within the lenses that it's going to spread it more. The only lenses that don't get chromatic aberrations are the reflex lenses, the mirror lenses. And if you've got something over 500 millimeters, they're worth considering.
Well, didn't somebody just come out with a reflex lens?
I think
third party? Wasn't it third party guy who came out with it?
I think Takina brought out one. I think some of the name brands have actually brought them back as well. Because if you think about it, there's a reason why these huge telescopes that they look at the stars with reflex lenses.
Catching myself yawning here too much. My dog's being good now. She's passed out. She's snoring. She's out. She's doing what Roy and I should be doing right now. Is snoring. Well, Roy won't be because he's in the daylight right now.
It's only 2:30 in the afternoon.
What do you feel, or how do you feel about, I don't know, I guess just the you think things are just getting a little too foolish with camera reviews in general?
All cameras are pretty good these days. It's hard to find a bad one. 98% of whatever you do can be done with the simplest of cameras. It's when you get to the really fast moving objects in really low light that you need the few extra percent. They're just wankers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we've gotten to the point where where there's just too much whining going on. Too
No
much
one's talking about
complaining,
lighting or how they use the camera.
and
They need to
and
talk more about how to use it than what the camera is, specs.
now Tim found some information and he shared with me. We talk on the phone, at least a couple times a week. And he's not here tonight because it's his girlfriend's birthday, so he's got a big birthday party going on for his girlfriend. So he's not able to join us tonight. If anybody was wondering where he is, but he shared some information with me because I think there might have been a handful of people that disagreed with my opinion a while back when I said, well, I know of one person, but I'm not going to mention his name because it's not appropriate. But and I respect the person, so I don't want to call out the person's name. But my argument has been with these high-end cameras, of any brand, the high-end cameras of any brand. Some will argue that, well, those are professional grade cameras; those are for professionals. And one of my comments would always be, yes, they're professional grade cameras. Yes, professionals are going to use them. But I said professionals are not the ones that are keeping that particular camera alive. It's the guys, idiots like me, who will buy a professional camera, even though I'm not making 5 cents with mine. It is the consumer. It is the general consumer that is buying the product. If Canon or Nikon with their flagship cameras had to rely, because it's a pro camera, if they had to rely on the professional photographic community, and they were the only ones that were going to buy those cameras, then they would be out of business in 30 days. And
Most pros don't upgrade the camera very often anyway.
Yeah, and Tim told me that where I'm not sure where he got the information from, but he had me guess. He says, "Well, what percentage of cameras are bought by professional photographers?" And I said, "I'm going to guess 5%." He said 3%.
Yeah, I thought it'd be even less than that.
3%. 3% of the cameras sold are bought by professional photographers. So I rest my case. For those that say an amateur photographer or a serious amateur photographer doesn't need an A1 or A9 III or Z9 or whatever, or an R5 or R1 or whatever. Yeah, the camera companies are building these cameras knowing that they rely on the average Joe like me, not like this guy, because he's not the average Joe, but an average Joe like me.
I'm a gearhead.
In buying those bodies to support the R&D that they put into it and everything. Yeah, pros are only buying 3% of the bodies. So for some people that say, no, that's just for pros. No, the companies would go bankrupt if they're relying on pro photographers to be their source of income, because as Roy said, a pro doesn't upgrade a body every cycle when something new comes out. A pro is going to sit there and say, if it doesn't do something that I can't do, that I really have always wanted to do, or do what I do and change the flow to make it so it takes me less time to do something, because time is money, then they're not going to buy the camera. they'll be a generation or 2 generations behind because
Or
they
further.
already figured out what they got to do to get the result with the camera that they have. Right?
The thing
It may
is,
not be, you know?
a professional has to know the camera, every little detail and what it can do before he can use it. Like half the people I know still use DSLRs because they know their camera so well
Yeah.
and get the most out of it.
And and these cameras are so complicated at the higher end, or even in the mid-grade tier, right? Are so complicated now and do so many things. I would argue that probably 90% of the people don't use more than 60% of the capability that their camera can do.
If that.
Right? I mean, I'm being generous, right?
You are.
So it's like, so we all complain about, oh, my camera doesn't have this, my camera doesn't have that. And everybody that complains about it are people that aren't going to use it anyway. They're not going to use it anyway. It's just something to complain about and bitch about. They're not going to use it, and Roy's heard me whine a lot about, focus stacking and pixel shift and all this, and not because it can't do a good job in certain situations, but the situations in which it does a good job is nothing's moving. People say, "Oh, I could use it for landscape photography for anytime I want. It'll be perfect."
Well, the trees don't move.
If the trees aren't moving, you
No
got
wind.
a perfectly calm day, the trees aren't moving, or if you have a body of water in the picture and it's the ocean, are the waves not coming in and out from the shore?
Pixel shift has got its uses, but you have to be thoughtful what they are.
But like I was saying, there's some things that, if I was going to do photo stacking, be honest with you, I'd get a beautiful vase. I'd set it up on a table. I'd get some nice lighting. I'd put a black piece of cloth behind it. And I would stack that image so the vase is in focus front to back and the flowers are in focus front to back.
You wouldn't say it. You didn't mention lighting.
And I could do that because it's in the house. It ain't moving. There's no wind. I can control the lighting, right? And I can do that and say, look at this marvelous photo that's so tack sharp, perfect depth of field, front to back. It looks fantastic. It's in my house. Are you going to photo stack a butterfly that's going from flower to flower? Really? What are you going to do? Hit it with freeze spray so it can't move for a while and then do it?
Everything seems to move and mess up photo stacking.
Yeah, so there's just wind is your biggest enemy, or moving subjects that appear in the picture while you're doing it, right? The 10th shot, oh, that moose started walking into the field of view of the camera, right? And moose isn't on any of the other shots, But it's just like there's things that everybody tries to promote as being.
It's just marketing.
It's just marketing stuff, guys, and it's not.
Everything's got AI now.
Yeah,
AI's been in cameras since the 80s.
Just
algorithms. It's not true AI.
No. I just say the term AI because unfortunately the camera manufacturers are just calling it that, or they're calling it deep learning. But then
deep learning is a total different thing.
The next paragraph they call it AI, but to me, deep learning, all that, none of it's AI. All it is algorithms and programming, and more intense programming that has more data. Your whole autofocus technology, even what's coming out on the Canon, is that AI? No, it's not AI. It's just somebody writing
Just
code,
algorithms, like you said.
writing code and algorithms that look for different things and factor it in, and you got an extra layers of code that are written that improve something, but it's not like some sentient being that lives inside your camera that's making decisions. It's not, what people fear that AI is going to be, that robot can now think for itself and decide, you humans are not as smart as us, so we're going to get rid of you. That's the fear of AI. What we're talking about, that they're talking about AI, is nothing more than more advanced programming, more advanced, like all the subject to tech modes, right? Okay, so you say, I got bird autofocus. Okay, well, how many species of birds were looked at to create the algorithms for the bird autofocus? So eventually you can come out with a firmware upgrade and just say it's improved bird autofocus, because now you have added to your database some birds that were not in the original formula. And now you've added characteristics for another set of birds that you can put in there so that you can maybe more accurately focus on some birds that the camera had a problem with before, because, for whatever reason, they got real long beaks, or their eyes are dark and their face is dark, or they're, whatever, you've got different, you're adding more information. Okay. So, but that's the era we're in now, is you're not, other than a global shutter scenario, the next phase. And I give Sony kudos for having the gonads to come out with a global shutter first. I am not taking that away from Sony at all. Okay. But obviously it has a few drawbacks. For some people, the drawbacks don't matter because the benefits are more important than the few drawbacks are, right? So eventually you come out with phase generation 2 of the global shutter, and it takes care of those issues. So I think, the reason you didn't see Nikon come out immediately with a Z9 II with a global shutter, or Canon didn't come out with an R1 or an R5 II with a global shutter, is because the technology isn't quite there yet to make that next jump in global shutter technology.
Very expensive and very esoteric.
Yeah, I mean, how much extra are you paying? And now obviously there's no doubt there's never rolling shutter with a global shutter, because you're taking all the whole image is being captured at one time. But I haven't seen anybody show me an example where a Z8 or a Z9 has rolling shutter yet.
They don't. Almost none.
They don't.
The Sony A1's very good too.
Yeah. So you got so the global shutter is not really for that reason, because you have sensors that are fast enough to not have that problem with existing technology without going global. But the global shutter gives you faster frame rates, you've got higher flash sinks are much better, you have higher shutter speeds and stuff like that. You have more ability for improvements with flash photography and things like that. So if you're into that kind of stuff, then
good for sports or events. But
yeah, so you might say it's great for a segment of the photographic community, but it's not a general purpose camera. It's a specialized camera, and the R1 is a specialized camera too.
It is. Right?
And so, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Do you really think Nikon's going to come out with a Z7 III with a 61 megapixel sensor or better or higher? Or do you think they're just like, it just doesn't fit in the puzzle anymore because you don't need it?
Well, I sold my Z7 too because the Z9 and Z8 do such a good job without it. Unless I've got a use for a camera, I don't keep it, or unless it's something special about it.
Yeah, it's like I'm unfortunately one of the one of the, I don't know, I guess I'll call it foolish photographers. I'm a foolish photographer where I've done too many genres, and I'm like, God, wouldn't it be nice if you just said I'm just a macro guy?
Mm.
What would you need for gear? Right? How much would you spend? So you say I'm just a macro guy, or you say I'm just a wedding photographer. Right?
Mm.
What do you need as a wedding photographer? A 24 to 70 lens, a 70 and with a 70 to 200,
and a macro,
right? And a macro for the rings, right? 3 lenses. You got a 3 lens kit. You're a wedding, and a good camera. You're a wedding photographer. If
2 good cameras in case one breaks down.
Yeah. If you're a macro photographer, how many lenses are you going to have?
About 16.
No, well, I'm not talking microscopic stuff, but I mean just like flowers and bees and stuff like that. You have like 3 lenses, maybe the same thing. You might have a 65 millimeter macro or a 50 millimeter macro, a 105, and maybe a 200, and maybe you got a bellows kit or something like
extension
that.
tubes.
Extension tubes, and you're done, right? So when you get in trouble is when you say, "Well, I like macro." I like wildlife.
Most macro is just close up anyway. It's not really macro.
You know, and you have two or three genres that you do. Then all of a sudden you need a little bit of every lens and every range, you know, because you're doing so much stuff. And then you're broke. And then your wife's mad at you when she finds out what you spent on all your gear.
As long as I earn enough to pay for the gear, she doesn't care.
But my wife just if I order something old, well, it doesn't matter whether it be old or new. Like when I bought the Z8, she says, "Seriously, you need another camera? Really? You need another camera?" You know, but
talking about macro, I've got a Nikon chastity belt.
What?
It's for mounting your macro lenses.
Oh my goodness.
A recent purchase.
The Mookie's saying Z7 III would not fit in the price structure.
I can only see it being useful for landscape photographers. But
yeah. Slow down the frame rate. Slow down the frame rate. Increase the dynamic range. Increase the megapixels. Slow it down.
Cheaper.
Make it, try to keep the cost down. But even the software, because I did some testing. I took an 8x12 image of something, and I upscaled it to doubled it to a 16x24, and I put the prints side by side, and I can't see a quality difference. So a lot of the software now is so good that you can you could double or triple or quadruple your megapixel count. At least I've never done more than doubling it, but I know people that have done it 4 times more, and they say you can't. It looks fine, nothing wrong with it. So
I just grabbed the medium format.
If you take a landscape shot with a 45 megapixel camera and you need more than that, you just double it, and you're going to be make any print you want.
Printing forgives a lot of errors.
Oh yeah, your dot size on your all the ink bleeds together. It kind of melds together. But that's another thing, Greg. When you're looking at printers, is what's the smallest dot size your printer can do for accuracy? That's another thing too. How large is the print dot? Some vary. Some are Some are variable, some are fixed, and they're very, very small. You get a lot more dots. You get a lot more resolution and detail. But you know, when people do this 300%, 400% zooming in on their image on their monitor, and they're telling everybody, oh, see the color fringing? You see that? Isn't that horrible? Look at what you see at 400%. Oh my God, that lens is horrible. Look at it, it's horrible. Back it back to 100%. Make a print, and it's gonna look fine.
Printing is very forgiving.
Because when you're pixel peeping on your computer, you're looking at something that's so much insane compared to what you're going to get when you print it out. And I realize most people don't do prints anymore, but are people on Instagram?
It's different.
Yeah, are people on Instagram and Facebook sitting there like with an eye loop up against their monitor? Oh, yeah, that image looks a little soft. I mean, it looks horrible. But I don't know. I mean, I just think we've gone overboard with everything. And like I said, what I talked about tonight, I was just reading other people's comments. It was not my commentary. It was other people's comments in a way, just to show you how crazy it is. When people that own the brand are sitting there beating up their own brand. It's like, really?
There's nothing wrong with those cameras. Most cameras are pretty good now.
You're beating up your own brand? Seriously? And the only thing I will dig Canon for a little bit is 3 years ago or something when they were talking about the R1, they overhyped it. They overstated the magnitude of what the camera was going to be versus what it was. And I think that's why they're getting a lot of crap, because they just did a little bit too much. We're going to knock the teeth out of every other brand out there, and they're going to say, oh, we're not worthy. Ooh. That isn't what happened. So everybody's going, oh, it's a big disappointment. It's horrible. Oh, get a grip. Get a grip. If you can use the camera, it does something that your camera doesn't do. It has some neat stuff. I mean, the cross type autofocus sensor technology, you had it in DSLRs in a limited manner. Doesn't help you when you're shooting video, but it's there if you're doing stills, and that's a good next step. And I'm surprised other camera manufacturers haven't done it with their sensor technology earlier. That's a good thing. I ain't got to knock them for that. That's a darn good thing that they did. Now is it going to make your images look significantly sharper? Not necessarily, but what it may do is under certain circumstances, depending on whether you got horizontal or vertical lines in your image and how many you have, and you're doing architecture or whatever, it may make it quicker to focus on the subject. It won't hunt as much, and it'll acquire to focus quicker, and therefore make you a little bit happier. But obviously, if you're a professional, you're going to check your image. You're going to check. You take a picture that you're trying to make money on. You're going to take a picture of it, and you're going to chimp, and you're going to look at it close, and you're going to zoom in on it, and you're going to make sure it looks good before you walk away to take the next shot, because you're getting paid for that picture. So you are not going to end up with an image from any camera that you're not going to like, because you are going to make sure it's right before you quit for the day or before you move on to the next thing, because that's your job. That's what you're going to do, when you go back into the DSLR or the SLR days, right? The SLR days when you didn't have autofocus at all. Did you not have great images in Sports Illustrated? Did you not have great images in National Geographic magazines of whether it be underwater photography or eagles in flight or birds in flight or whatever, you had phenomenal images. What's the difference is
Skill.
skill, technique, right? You used to have, you used to have cameras, they had called it the zone focusing system that you used, right? And that's what you did when you tried to do wildlife, right? You would watch nature. You weren't going to get, if you saw it, you weren't going to get a 99% hit rate. There's no such thing back then. You sit there and you go, okay, this bird keeps going from here to there. I've watched that bird a couple times go from here and lands on that same branch over here. Doesn't do it every 30 seconds, might be 20 minutes, flies over here onto that branch. There's a nest over here. It's getting food, it flies back and it goes on that branch, feeds the babies. So what are you going to do? You're going to focus on the branch or focus on the nest, and you're going to stop it down a few extra stops to make sure that when that bird flies in, the eyes and the body are in focus. You're not going to sit there and split atoms and say, oh, I'm going to shoot it wide open because I'm that good. You're not going to do that. You're going to zone focus it. You're going to say, I'm focusing on this branch. I'm going to stop it down. If I got plenty of light, I might stop it down to f8. I'm not sitting here worrying about bokeh that much because the background is so far away. It's gonna look blurry anyway, even if I'm at f8, right? So you're going to stop it down to f8. And you're going to focus on that branch. And when that stinking bird flies in, as long as you pick the right shutter speed, it's going to look great. It could be on a cover of a magazine, which many people did before you had autofocus.
Even with earlier autofocus, you had to plan ahead. Like you'd pick one spot, you'd focus on that, and you'd use it as a focus trap. So the shutter wouldn't release until it was in focus. As soon as that person hit that spot, shutter goes off, got your picture.
Yeah.
Focus trap.
And Albert's in here now, and Albert and Roy, and myself too, will testify the reliability and the ruggedness of a fully manual SLR is amazing. You could still take a picture, you don't have to have a battery. You don't have to have a battery. And then even in the ones, especially there was in the, I think the FM2 Nikon, even if the metering battery went bad, a lot of cameras, if the metering battery died, you might have only had one shutter speed that you could use without the battery being in the camera. And then other cameras, you might be able to use. You could use any shutter speed without the battery in it, right? So it all depended on the camera.
It's a mechanical camera with a light meter.
Right. Mechanical camera with a light meter.
Whereas the FE used electronics to control the shutter, so it only had one speed when it died.
Yeah, but the FM2 was just like you said, it was just a mechanical camera with a exposure meter in it.
Yeah.
So you could use any shutter speed you wanted without that battery in there. It didn't matter. You just had to have either use the Sunny 16 rule and figure it out for yourself, or you use a handheld meter.
Or guess.
Right? But it's just it's just amazing what I say we because that's the safest word to use. It's just amazing what we, looking at the big picture, all like to complain about nowadays. And you forget
the big we.
And you forget what you worked with when you were, 16 years old or 18 years old. So easy to forget what you had to deal with back then. And you were worrying about whether you push processed your roll of film, or what were you going to do to kind of cheat the system, or what was your exposure latitude on that particular brand of film, and what could you get away with in terms of how far off could you be with your exposure and still end up with a good image. And and it was so many more times complicated.
If you wanted more than one ISO, you had to carry more cameras.
Yeah. And then like the big thing with like some of the, well, obviously in the early days of the TLRs, you couldn't change the roll. You had to use up the roll and put another roll in, and then eventually, as the medium format cameras evolved, and then you could buy camera backs with a slide in there so that you wouldn't expose the film. Like you could shoot half the roll, put the slide in there, take that back off and put on another back with a different speed film, or one was color, one was black and white. You could at least do that, where you could have multiple backs with different kinds of film in them, or you used up a roll and you go, well, I got a few extra backs with the same film in it, I'll just slap on the next back and keep going. But in the real early days, you didn't have removable backs. You didn't have multiple backs. You had whatever roll you put in the camera is what you had until you were done with that roll. What was the first, what the first camera was that had a removable back or interchangeable back?
I know that Hasselblad were very early. I don't remember what others did though. Looks like this. Like that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
that one.
Yeah, that part, that section right there. Yeah.
Yeah, very modular.
Well, even the new one that came out, right, is very old style design.
Yeah.
That John isn't too fond of, right? The new one.
Don't like the very new Hasselblad as much.
Yeah. And
but this one hasn't got the back on it. But that's the H series. Where are we?
Yeah.
That's H series without the back.
Well, even this. Let me find
digital back.
Getting up here.
He's gone.
Even this gigantic Connie Omega Flex M, which is not a TLR technically because it doesn't have a mirror in it. It's like a viewfinder camera. Okay, it has twin lens.
TLRs don't have mirrors.
Right? Doesn't have it. You're looking right through. Okay, and but with this camera, you can have you have removable camera backs on this, and here's right down here is the slide. Is the
dark slide.
Dark slide. That's where you store it. Store it, and that's where your dark slide is. And you have 120 backs and 220 backs.
Yes.
So the 220 backs have more shots.
Yes.
Same
24 or 12.
Right. So you could have different backs for this camera as well, and you would just put the dark slide in. I don't have
to change the back.
You put the dark slide in here. You'd slide that in, and it would protect your film from being exposed. And you could shoot half a roll, pop that back off, put on a new back, use that, and go back and forth. And this is an old, fairly old camera, and a kind of a unique camera, a rare camera nowadays.
Interesting camera.
But they and this was one of those where I could squeeze these buttons in. You could pull this whole plate off. like a I'm trying to think of its Mamiya. I think you could take the whole plate off with the two lenses and put a different set of lenses on here.
Yeah.
So
The Rollies do that too.
You know, the early Raleighs, which I got right there. Okay, the early Raleighs, they would have different model numbers for that camera, which would have different lenses on them. You couldn't change those lenses. You bought model whatever, and maybe it had I don't know, I'll just throw it out, 85 millimeter lens. You bought another model, maybe it had 135 millimeter lens. And so if you wanted to have different lenses, you had to buy 2 or 3 different camera bodies.
2 or 3 cameras.
Different cameras. Whereas the Mamiyas and this particular one, you can just pop the whole thing off and put another set of lenses on it. But yeah, so camera backs were a big bonus.
I still like the idea.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Very good idea.
I remember all the wedding photographers used to have the Bronicas ETRs. And all the really serious professionals had the Hasselblads. But they were price of 2 cars. Still are, I think.
Well, I'm sure you got one of these cameras. I'll bet $5 you do.
What's that?
Back in the day when digital was relatively new, and you had digital Hasselblad cameras that they would have, like, let's say, a 29 megapixel camera, and it was basically $1,000 per. If it was a 29 megapixel camera, it was a $29,000 body.
Well, this one's just a later version of that. This is the original Hasselblad system.
But that's pretty correct, right? It was like, every million pixels cost you $1,000.
Yeah.
So therefore, be glad your Z9 or your Sony with the 61 megapixel sensor isn't costing you $61,000.
Yes. Well, I don't use the Hasselblad much anymore because it's just so slow to get anything done. You want to do a job quickly and get paid for it, and that's it.
Now what do you think of? I don't have a problem with it. I like Fuji cameras. I don't have one anymore. I have old Fuji film cameras, but I don't have any Fuji digital cameras. But what do you think of with the obviously a lot of people that buy Fuji like it because you could change the film simulations. Do you think that's good or bad or not, or a gimmicky thing?
It's nice to have, but I think it's a bit of a sales thing. You don't want to look like film anyway, do you? You just want it sharp and clean, and then add your own look to it, color grade it. Because
I know that I had shot for a long time. I shot slides. I shot Kodachrome 64 like forever.
Me too.
And then eventually I might have shot some Kodak print film. But when Fuji Velvia came out, I always used Fuji Velvia. I liked it. I like the more saturated colors as well. Although I'm not somebody who that sits there and goes, like, on my digital images, I don't sit there and slide the saturation slider all the way over as far as I can go. Some people like that effect, but I'm pretty conservative when it comes to that. I guess that's a niche thing that Fuji has, and it attracts a lot of their customers because they did have a lot of good film stock back in the day. They had a lot of good film. Like you said,
And
at one
Nikon can do that too.
right? At one point, Fuji had better film than Kodak.
They did after the 1980s.
Yeah.
They did. But Nikon PC they've got all their film simulations there too on their website. If you
Well,
like
yeah,
that sort of thing.
Yeah, now with the well, just recently, right, with the Z6 III, right? You have the ability to go in there and do custom. You can create custom
Simulations.
picture controls, basically, that you could download into your camera, right? But now
That's
that's
what that Nikon PC is. It's all picture control.
yeah. Like what app is that you're using? Is that NX Studio? You got to do it in?
I think so. I never used it because I hate simulations.
Yeah.
I want to take the picture and color code it myself, and that's it.
Now, do you still happen to have, an enlarger and tanks and stuff like that? Do you still have any of that stuff?
I've got all the chemicals and all the tanks and all that, but I gave away the enlarger. I shouldn't have because it was a really good copy stand. You'd take the enlarger off and put the camera on it and you'd use it as a copy stand. I was too stupid at the time. I wasn't thinking. Oh, this is old. Out it goes.
Well, what brand enlarger did you have? Because I remember when I was a
LPL.
kid, you had what was it? Durst, I think, was one, and you had what was it? Bessler. Is that how you pronounce it? Bessler.
Yes. I had an LPL, but I was very tight for money at the time. A color head was very expensive.
Yeah, it was.
Where is it? Come here. An interesting lens for enlarger. This lens is Russian and it changes color as you turn the wheels.
Really?
Yeah. So you don't need filters with it.
Oh, wow. And that was an enlarging lens.
It's an enlarging lens. See the blue? I don't know if you can see it. Where's the torch gone?
Yeah, well, wait a minute. Let me go to this, and then I'll drag you over to the bigger screen, and I'll make it full size.
But you turn the wheels and the colors change. You probably won't see it. You can probably just see the green
I could see some like a blue tinge or a
that's a bluer one. You turn the wheels and that's yellow, but it's just interesting, and I like things that are different.
Now, on your longer glass that you've had over the years, did you buy drop-in filters for them?
Yes, they were not cheap either.
Yeah.
Where are we? That's not.
Well, I mean, because I know you have
There's
like the 800 as a drop-in filter, and then now there's a company out there that makes a special drop-in filter with a holder where you can adjust like a circular polarizer, so you can move it.
Polarizer.
Yeah,
that's for the 600 f4.
Yeah. Yeah, those are pretty expensive because usually you get the holder and maybe a couple filters, and you're talking like $400, right?
Easily.
Yeah.
Trouble is, they're all different sizes. They used to be all either 52 or 39. Now with the new drop-ins, they've got all funny sizes.
Are they like 40? Are they 46 or something weird like that?
Yeah, the new one's 46, which is really irritating.
46. Yeah. So if you had an F mount a large F mount, a 600 or something, and in the F mount, you can't use the same filters to put in the Z
No,
mount.
you can't. The smaller lenses had 39, and the bigger ones had 52. 52, sorry.
So you gotta spend your money all over again.
Yeah, and it's not cheap, those lenses, because you only get them from Nikon or whatever brand you're running. I like the slip-in filters in Canon's version of the FTZ. They had a filter version, which I thought was clever.
Okay. In their adapter.
In their FTZ version,
Yeah.
they had slip-in filters in that, which I thought was really neat.
Yeah, that would be cool. So see, that this is like here we are. I mean, neat stuff that a different company does. There's nothing. Everybody has some really cool stuff, and you got to decide what you need for you, and that's why I'm just getting so frustrated with. I mean, I like that, at least my opinion. We try to just have good discussion, healthy discussion, and we don't get into camera war mentalities on this channel. Because it's foolishness. Because my God, I mean, granted, I could pull a camera off the shelf here and say, I could take as good a picture with one of these old cameras as a new camera, and that's not true in all cases, because some of these cameras didn't have a shutter speed that was over 1/500th of a second. So I'm certainly not going to take a picture of a hummingbird in flight or a kingfisher with a 1/500th of a second shutter speed. But in terms of a stationary subject, yes, I could take as good an image with one of those as a current camera.
We're spoiled now for gear, aren't we?
Yeah, as long
so
as
easy to use a new camera.
I'm very impressed with the Z6 III for what it does for its price range. I mean, I think it's phenomenal. I don't have regrets getting the Z8 because I got the Z9, so they kind of complement each other pretty well
together.
Pretty well, and it is a little better. So I've gone through, and like I said, when I was setting up my menu system on the Z8, and I was trying to replicate the Z9 as much as I could, but then when I got to that new feature with cycling through autofocus modes and stuff like that, I did. Okay. Here, Luis, bring them up. So when I went and I did that on the Z8, I decided to go change my settings on my Z9.
Yeah. I seem to evolve mine every few months as well. Yeah. I tell you, one thing I miss on a lot of cameras is LED buttons, because if you work in a studio, they are lovely.
At least you have illuminated buttons on some of the Nikon cameras. Not every brand has illuminated buttons, or not as many.
They should all have them. They're lovely to use in a dark studio.
But Luis, how you doing?
Doing fine, thank you.
So what's your next adventure? Where are you going next?
I go with my wife in 3 weeks back to Portugal, but to the Azores Islands, not to the mainland.
I've seen some images. They're very pretty.
They are. I was there for about 3 years during my military service, but I didn't want to go back for about 30 years because I had enough of them. But after I grew over it, so finally my wife convinced me to go back, and so we're going to visit maybe 1 or 2 of the islands. Not 1, definitely.
Well, I'm sure you're going to see a huge change from when you were last there.
I'm not sure. They are so isolated. I don't think. Well, the landscape didn't change at all.
Okay, you don't think you don't have a bunch of people there that you didn't have before, right? It's still small.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of the people from the Azores actually live outside of the Azores. Historically, because of fishery, a lot of them already for a long time, for more than 100 years, they live around Boston as well. There's a huge community around there, and in Canada for the what was it the cod fishing. So between Newfoundland and the Azores, a lot of Portuguese were living there. So, but it's going to be August, so going to be a lot of locals coming back for holiday. It's going to be a bit, let's say, busier than than ideal, but okay, it's fine. It's still a nice place to go.
Now, how long are you going to go for?
Well, we go for 2 weeks, about 2.5 weeks. It's a small island. It's the biggest of the islands, but it's still going to be small. But you go for hiking, and we can go whale watching as well. That's sperm whales are very common there. I don't know about the time of the year. I still have to figure it out. But it's always a lot of things to do there in that respect. But I was there for 3 years in an island of about some 15 by 20 miles, and then I didn't want to go back. Especially back in the 80s. I mean, with no internet and nothing else, you kind of see everything within say 3 weeks. And then if you stay for 3 years, and I wasn't from there, like, okay. But it's a nice area, nice people, food is fine, the sea is beautiful.
So when you see the whales, do they do you oftentimes see the calves or no?
Well, I don't know about. I've seen whales before, even off the shore of Portugal, but they are a lot more common because they used to be hunted there until the 80s, beginning of the 80s, when it was banned. But when I was there in the late 80s, I saw like one or two, but just from a distance. There are a few areas on every island where they used to have these high places in the islands to see where they were, so that the fishermen could go after them. Now it's a big whale watching industry, which is quite good, also for the local population. So I'm really I want to see how things develop since I left, because when I was there was no way to get a boat and see and go whale watching. It was still going from fisheries to tourism, and when I was there, it was too early for that. So there was nothing available to go and see them. So
wasn't as fashionable then.
What's interesting is that it took a long time for certain island communities or whatever to realize that you can make that if you stopped whale hunting as a source of revenue. In some cases, obviously, it was a source of food as well. But if you were doing it as a source of revenue, that bringing people to the wildlife to see the wildlife is you can make good money doing that as well, and not kill anything. You could just be taking people out on a boat, and you're going to make some pretty darn good money.
Yeah. That's true, but you're also dependent on having the people to be that want to do that. Because when I was there in the 80s, there were not that many, let's say, Portuguese interested on it, maybe because of financial situation as well. But you have a lot more foreigners going there as well than before, so that there is a market for it. But when it stopped, obviously for, I don't know, 5 or 10 years, there was nothing there, and then you had to develop again. And there is one species of bird which is endemic to the island, so I want to see if I can spot that small one there. It's like a finch, a bullfinch. Only lives on that island. No, slightly bigger. No, it's slightly
bigger.
Bigger than that.
I'm gonna say you're probably gonna find you're probably looking for the smallest bird there is, or something.
They're not common at all, and they only live in one island. I think they only live in one particular mountain range. So my wife likes hiking, so we're gonna go there with one of the cameras and whatever. It's gonna be okay. I have plenty of time to find them, and maybe some pelagic trips with seabirds or ocean birds. We'll see.
yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're going to have a good time, and you're going to probably be doing an awful lot of hiking, so you're going to get your exercise.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's good. I'll probably take my 200 mil for the first time in a long time to do some landscape, because I don't know. There are a few lizards there which are very approachable, so maybe I can do some macro with a 20 mil really nearby. I tried that before with a D7 750, but then they were scared of the click. You do click,
Oh, yeah.
and they run away. So I'll take my Z8 or Z9. I don't know, because then they're not there. They don't hear anything.
Your dog's got a phone.
Yeah, that was my watch dinging me. What is it telling me?
Oh, one thing I thought about just before, we were talking about macro earlier, and the cheap Wagyu macros get an old and larger lens. They make excellent macro lenses.
Yeah. I never used rings just because they were not really readily available when I was in Portugal back in the day. But I use a macro lens now. Jeff, if I may, I can show you maybe 2 or 3 pictures that I took in Arizona that I'm not going to send to the photo review, because they're not say that good, but they are interesting from the point of view of how to take the picture.
Yeah, just
it's from Elf Owl. Let's see how does this go. Window share, right? Window.
Yeah.
As
long as you have the file open up on your desktop, you just go into the share screen and then click on window and pick your image. Image.
Let's see. So this is not the owl. Can you see, Jeff?
Yeah, give me a second. I gotta open it up here, and we will make it as big as we can make it.
Okay, so this is a Cooper's hawk.
Oh yeah, they're beautiful, aren't they? I love them.
Beautiful, yeah. Well, this one was a particularly difficult one because the extremes were so light that I had to use like a gradient to darken this bit and that bit. Otherwise, everything was blown out of, was overexposed, to be honest. But that's not the one I wanted to show. It was this one.
Is that for a flash?
No, that's why I wanted to show. It's only with it's with a light, with a, what do you call, a flashlight? Not a flash, but with a torch.
Oh wow!
And it was quite far. Some, I would say, 20, 30 yards at least. And I don't remember the settings, but I can have a look. It was with the old zoom, the 200 to 500, believe it or not.
I
like that lens.
Yeah, I liked it when I had it.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, there is a lot of grain and it's not that sharp, but it's for what it was. Let's have a look.
So what has it got in its mouth?
Well, this one has a moth, I think.
Moth?
I have another picture.
Okay. Now, what kind of owl is that? That looks like a very small owl.
It's a very small. It's the smallest owl in the world. It's an elf owl. In the United States, they only live in around Arizona.
Okay.
I'll show you the other picture, and I'll try to find the settings. This is the other one. This one has like a caterpillar or something like that. But so only with the torch and quite far. So I can see now. So this one was at 1/30th of a second.
Wow.
Only ISO 2800 at 500 mil. Yeah. With minus 1.3, because the owl is quite light, if you see what I mean, especially with the torch.
Yeah.
The old belly was quite, but I mean, I took a lot of pictures and only these ones were kind of decent, but I didn't want to use a torch. Yeah, it was.
Torch.
I don't know what torch it was, but I asked the guy to not to point to the owl directly. So he was pointing sideways, so that this is like the light from the edge of the torch. Otherwise, it would have blown out the owl completely. This one is at 1/40th of a second. So I was playing with very, very low speeds.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing how sharp it is when you shoot that slow.
Yeah, but it's still possible. I just wanted to show that it's okay.
Yep.
But you know how dark everything. I could well, I don't use Lightroom. I use Affinity, but Affinity Photo. But I could have lightened up the background, but it would be so busy.
Yeah, it'd be too distracting. It's better to leave it dark.
Yeah, it was terrible. When I first hit one of the presets that I have, then I didn't like it at all. It was horrible. So I darkened the background again, and then these two are a lot better. No, I cannot move. That's it, Jeff.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, it's. I'm looking at it and I'm saying, boy, that's a very small bird, very small owl.
Yeah, I can look it up, but these are the size of a finch. They're really small.
Yeah.
I mean, in Europe we have small owls, but this one was a lot smaller than what I'm used to see around here.
So they're eating more insects than they are, say,
mice and
mammals and mice and stuff like that, right?
No, it's as far as I know, it's purely insects. Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool.
Good bird to have around.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, my wife hates bugs. I can use an owl in my backyard, actually. She definitely hates bugs.
Need some kookaburras and magpies.
All right.
Yeah, my wife's not a bug person.
All right, rightly so.
Or any kind of critter, actually, unfortunately. I'm like, I can't even get her. I can't even get her to go and look at an alligator with me. It's like I'm around them all the time, and she won't even look at one. She says, "No, thank you. You go have fun. Just make sure you make it home. I'm not going. No interest." Similar to the pygmy owl.
Yeah, true.
Jeff is saying, or Jim is saying.
Yeah. Oh, they look indeed. There is a group of owls that look a little bit like that one, but apparently this one is the smallest one.
Well, you got those small burrowing owls in Florida.
Yeah,
they're very small.
Yeah, but I've seen those, but those are bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a friend that I think every end of February every year he goes to Florida because it's his him and his wife's anniversary, and I think one of his relatives lives there, and he does predominantly nature wildlife photography, and so he'll go to Florida and he'll be gone for a couple weeks or whatever, and he just kind of has his normal routine of hitting certain spots in Florida, and then he'll go to the Brian Piccolo Park that has a lot of those burrowing owls in that park, and he'll get them pictures of them there, and he'll go to other birding areas as well. So he always comes back with some great images, but it's like a yearly trip for him.
Yeah. What I'm reading here on Wikipedia, they are about 4.9 to 5.7 inches. It's like the size of a finch, I would say.
Yeah, that's small.
Yeah, up to 14.5 centimeters. Yeah, it's a European finch, kind of. They're really small.
I'm gonna put this up. This is an older comment. We were talking about dark rooms and stuff like that, and he's saying he misses the hazmat smell of the dark room.
Oh yeah, I don't. I can live without that.
Yeah, it's like I'm sure 30 years after the fact they determined that all those chemicals could cause cancer. that's how it always works. I worked with way too many chemicals in my lifetime in the electronics industry, with different cleaning agents for PC boards and stuff like that, where my arms were like in the fluid, basically, or it would get all over me. And I'm sure that I'll end up with a third eye someday on the back of my head or something from exposure to all those chemicals. But they don't. It's funny. The safety protocols appeared like 20 years later. Oh, you need to wear goggles, or you need to wear a respirator, or you need to wear a smock. And it's like, well, you didn't care 20 years ago when my arms were in this stuff. But yeah, we've all been exposed to stuff that we're waiting to see if something happens. But now you doing you planning to go to Costa Rica next year or no?
No, for the first time in a few years, we have nothing planned to go to Costa Rica. What I'm doing with my two Dutch friends, and it's pretty much the old trip is already organized. We are going to Thailand.
Okay.
And Thailand is known for a lot of things, but we go bird watching, so that's out of the way already.
We'll take your word for it.
Yeah, that's fine. No, my wife is she knows it.
Yeah,
I've been there with her, so she knows where we go.
Did
She
you
knows
ever?
she knows a couple of the guides as well that I contacted again. So she's like, "Oh, that's very good."
Have you ever gone to Galapagos?
No. I've been in Ecuador in the 90s, middle of the 90s, but I never went to Galapagos. No. I met when I was there a guy that worked there, and he said as well that the amount of tourists that go to the Galapagos sometimes cause more problems than no. It's better not to go. In fact, it's nice to see, but maybe there's way too much tourism at certain times of the year. No, I've never been there. But I've been in Ecuador though.
We got Mazman checking in. I know.
I just saw his comment.
So Tim, you survived your birthday party. Everything with your girlfriend's birthday party went well, I hope, and everybody's full of food and full of liquor and had a good time. And you managed to break away here near the end of the show to pop in. It's great. And yeah, if I had the third eye, yeah, I could have at least a what do you call it? The little small camera on the back of the eye, the GoPro. I could put a GoPro back there. But now when you're going on your trips, I'm assuming you always have two camera bodies with you,
or three.
Or three. Okay.
Normally three. I have one. I always have one for macro, which I might carry if we are going somewhere, walking or not. Is always you can hardly. I can carry 3 bodies and 3 lenses with me, but it's not practical.
Now, do you try to put different lenses on each body and not take lenses off during the course of the day?
Yeah, that's what I do.
Very wise.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah.
I normally carry 3 lenses and 3 bodies, and try never to touch it. Occasionally you might need, because of the battery running out on the Z8, for instance, and the Z9 lasts forever.
Yeah.
That happened last year in Costa Rica, that I switched lenses because for some reason I didn't have a battery of the Z9, but the Z8, but I knew the Z9 was there anyway. That I know I changed, but I normally try not to. Now, this time in Thailand, we are going to be in very open areas, and we go at least 2 days to heights. And the question is now, am I going to carry something else which is more open than, say, a 6.3 for height photography? I'm not sure yet. I might even take the old 70 to 200 f mount, which is 2.8.
Yeah.
maybe
That's a
with
good
old
lens too.
teleconverter, just for those bigger animals that might show up closer to you than you expect. Because I've done that with the 500 PF, and sometimes it was too, the reach was too big for the heights that I was. Generally not, but this wild fowl, it's not like a chicken, the wild chicken. They're very nice in the wild. It's funny, in Thailand or in Malaysia, those countries, you are in the fields and then you hear a chicken, but those are the wild jungle fowl that they're called. But the males are really nice. But once one of those, and like a pheasant, show up at the height, and I couldn't take a decent picture because the 500 PF was just way too many millimeters for where I was.
Yeah,
So
you'd almost need like the 1:4 maybe or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
The 180 to 600 would have helped, but I don't know, because it's 6.3. So I might take the old one. It's a 2.8, and then maybe it becomes an f4, almost a 300 mil. Maybe I can use that one, because I've done that in Costa Rica as well. I used to take the 70 to 200 a lot, because you never know what you come across, even like tarantulas and so. With not that much light, there is always a use for that lens, although it's not the one that I use the most, of course.
Yeah,
As a backup, yeah.
I said if I ever went on a safari or whatever, I'd be one. I think I'd have the 1:4 on one lens. If the animal approached the vehicle too close, obviously a big subject. I don't need to have a long piece of glass, and then I'd have to decide whether I would bring the 600 or the 800. Probably just bring the 600 and bring a teleconverter if I thought I needed it too, or just
Even that's probably too long. If you go on these safaris, they take you very close to the animals.
Yeah.
The 70 to 200 is probably the one you'd use the most.
Yeah, on a safari, yes. Because I've been in Thailand the first time with my wife, trying to take a picture of an elephant with a 500 PF was not easy.
You get a bit of it.
Like 2 miles away from the elephant to take a picture.
You tell the driver, "Can you back up some more? Can you back up some more?"
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Next thing you know, you're in he backs up into the water with all the hippos around you, and then you're like, "Uh-oh."
Yeah.
Looks like the crocodiles.
Or the crocodiles.
No, but this next trip is going to be interesting. I mean, I've been there before, but we also are going to drive like 12 hours to the north, close to the border of Miramar. And a lot of tours, if you see it online, they fly up north. But I actually prefer to drive, because then you can stop at at some places to look for other animals. Well, there are advantages.
In control.
Yeah, you lose a bit of time, but still, yeah. But one of my friends is really he's a keen bird watcher, so we might take also the telescope, and then you can imagine the amount of kilos that we're gonna be carrying. Also with the tripods to go with it. Maybe I think he will take the tripod and I'll take the telescope. So we divide the amount of. Because there is a lot of shorebirds, they are very rare ones as well. And if you go there, he says, "I want to see the spoon. What is the spoon-billed sandpiper?"
Yeah. Do you bring with you a large, heavy-duty tripod, or do you bring a travel tripod?
No, I only have a travel tripod. It's not. It's enough for photography. I don't have anything which is very, very heavy, because I mean it's impossible to carry. Yeah. If I'm a local, I'm a volunteer guide here, and they do, when we have our tours, I always use their tripods that we have there, and that's a very sturdy one. It really stays. I can see the difference with my one, with the one I have.
Yeah.
Especially for a telescope, but because I don't use a telescope that much, when I use it, I don't mind that the thing is not completely still, because I'm the one looking through. I'm not showing it to somebody else.
Yeah.
that does make a. If you are with a group of, if you are yourself a guide and you're showing something to somebody else, that the tripod becomes more important because it does move and everybody can see something. Very often people don't see it at first because they're not used to look through, and then the thing moves, and then it's not pointing in the right direction anymore. But it's for my own use. I use a travel tripod all the time. It's a lot
We
lighter.
got real Nikon lovers leaving us for tonight. Jim, have a good one. Yeah, only had 2 hours sleep last night. Well, try to at least get 3 hours tonight.
Very good. Sleep well.
Take it easy. Well, I know where he is. It's probably about 10:30 or so at night, something like that. But get some sleep.
Yeah.
So, question from Joey back in here. Do you use variable aperture lenses or primes?
I use both. I have all. By now, I have all kinds of lenses, f-mount and.
Have you considered one of these? It turns a long lens into a telescope.
I know what it is, but I never. No, I don't have that.
Save your weight. It's this one's by Kenko. Most makers make them. It just fits on a lens, any long lens, and you've got a nice long telescope.
I see. Sorry, I thought it was the opposite. I thought it was to fit a camera to a telescope.
No, this is the opposite. You put this on a telescope and on a lens, and it becomes a telescope.
No, I didn't know that existed at all.
Very handy.
From Kenko. Now, see, Roy has all the gear there again.
He probably has 2 or 3
pig.
of them too. He probably has 2 or 3 of them too. He doesn't usually have one of anything. He always has more than one.
Yeah. But to still answer Joe's question, I have a lot of. Well, I don't have, let's say, the very expensive light variable aperture lenses that I don't have. But I have all kinds of lenses, and it's always a puzzle on what to take, where, or even if I'm there, which lens to take with me if I go hiking or if I go somewhere, because sometimes I leave the macro lens, in the car or in the lodge or whatever, and then I go hiking without the macro lens, hoping not to see any insects. It's always it's always difficult to know what to carry with you.
Well, do you sometimes? I mean, I do this once in a while because I don't like to. Well, I mean, with the heat down here, I don't really like to have gear sitting in my car.
No,
I don't like.
And when I said car, it's like it is relative. You have to know where the car is. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like to take any more than I need. So sometimes I just, like, in my mind, I just say today's macro day, and I deal with the fact that I may miss a bunch of other shots that have nothing to do with macro photography, but I'll just say today's macro day. I don't want to bring a lot of stuff with me, and I just focus on that, and then there's other times, like you're saying, where if you're, depending on your environment that you're in, sometimes, let's say you're doing wildlife and the wildlife isn't nice enough to show up. It's nice to have a macro lens so that you could take some, maybe some pictures of some botanical stuff or butterflies or dragonflies or something. So you get something. So you have a lens that allows you to switch genres and still come home with some images. But it's, sometimes I just want to just make a hard choice and say, today I'm shooting this, and I know I got to bring this lens and 2 bodies with me, and I'm done. And then other times I'll just say 1 body, macro. Maybe I bring my 24 to 120 and my macro lens. Yeah. And I just do that. I mean, what's your approach? What do you do?
I do that if I've been more often to that same area, then I'm not that stressed that I miss something. But if I'm in a new area, I want to take pictures of everything. Yeah, that's the pressure I put on myself. Then I try to take everything. But if I'm around here, I do the same. I only take a macro, or I just take the tail lens. Yeah.
Take a
What
couple
was
of
that,
close-up
Roy? I'm sorry.
filters. They cost almost nothing. Close-up
that wa-
filters.
Okay.
Close-up filters, yeah.
They take no room. A couple of dollars each. They're not very good, but they're good enough for a close-up.
Yeah, indeed. Now I remember. I have a question, maybe for Roy or Jeff knows this. I've noticed on some of my flash macro pictures from last time in Costa Rica, and I noticed this for the first time, that a lot of some of the pictures, not all of them, depends on, I think, on the lighting. I see a lot of horizontal stripes on the background.
Are you using high-speed sync?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering if
That's
I
what's
should
causing
have.
it.
Yeah,
That's
and I think
the
that's it.
high-speed sync takes several pictures, and as the shutter opens, and you often get that.
Yeah,
That's why I don't use it.
what I think is that I was messing with the settings, and I know I
Mm.
changed the speeds several times. That I might have missed or messed something.
Just
Because
use
I've never seen these lights.
Use the native flash sync.
Yeah, I
keep
know.
below the normal flash sync.
I think that's what happened. Yeah,
Safer.
yeah. Because I'd never seen those lines, and then occasionally I was like, "What the hell is this on the background?" And then try to remove that on when you're
Because high-speed
processing a
sync's
picture.
just taking flash after flash as the shutter opens.
You think that you have lines like lines you see on a television screen or something, an old TV.
Yeah,
Like a Venetian blind effect.
Yeah, and I'd never seen them, and I'm like, I must have done something wrong, and I have to ask you guys, but I keep on forgetting. So now I remember.
High-speed sync problem.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, because I know I was messing up with you take macro shots during the day, and then you keep that speed, and then you don't change it, or you do change, and you forget to change the sync speed to put on ice. It must be that.
Power too, high-speed sync.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping that I get out this. Well, I'm going to get out this week, one way or the other. My dog is doing well enough where my wife can watch him, I think. So I'm going to sneak out a couple of days this week because not shooting for 2 weeks. I feel like I'm bummed out.
Yeah.
I'm bummed out. I'm used to. Man, I'm just used to having the camera in my hand, not sitting on my shelf or whatever, or in my bag.
Yeah.
So I got to get out this week, and hopefully it's been weird though. I mean, this week it's like the last, other than today, prior to today, 3 days prior to today, like downpours, just thunderstorms, like, rain for 3 hours straight, stop for a half hour, rain for another hour and a half, stop for a half hour. You couldn't do nothing. You couldn't do anything. We needed the rain though, so I mean, I'm not going to complain. We were going to get near. We went from areas that were in near drought condition to now we have flooding.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people here are complaining that the summer this year has been quite, let's say, cold and wet. But
the more heat you get, the more rain you get.
Yeah, I said to a few younger colleagues, is it like the summers we had here like 30 years ago? It was always raining and raining and raining. And then we got used to the dry summers from the last 10 or 10 years or 15 years. And then you go like, oh, it's raining a lot. Yeah, I mean, used to be like that all the time. But to be honest, I prefer.
What do you get for rainfall in Australia? Do you get much?
Very little. It's the driest continent in the world.
Yeah,
from Antarctica, where it just snows instead.
Yeah.
Australia's very dry. Most of Australia's desert.
Now, I know many years ago, when I was much younger, when I got out of high school, I went to Bermuda by myself, and I was very impressed with, you had all the limestone roofs on all the dwellings. And basically, they would collect the water off the roofs, and it would be stored, in barrels or containers of some sort, and that was their water source. That's how they had their water. So do they do something similar in Australia? Do you collect the rainwater and
Yes, I do. We've got big tank about the size of a car at the back. All the rain from the roof goes in there, but we don't drink that as a rule. We got mains water as well, but we use that to flush toilets and everything else.
okay. Is that what most people end up doing?
Yeah, it's pretty common.
Yeah,
There's not much rainfall in Australia
yeah.
as a rule.
That's very good.
Lots of
So
solar panels.
I always thought that was pretty neat. What the little system that each house had their own little system in Bermuda and with the limestone roofs and everything, and that was pretty cool. I was impressed by that. People were very friendly there too. I mean, I was traveling by myself, and I was just a kid, and it was funny because there'd be like I'd be walking by somebody's house or whatever, and a person that doesn't know me from a hill of beans, and obviously they could tell I'm a tourist. I'm not native to the island or anything, and the people were so friendly. I had some middle-aged woman came saw me and asked me if I wanted to have a cup of tea or something, and I'm like, really? You don't know me? You want to have a cup of tea or something, or you thirsty? You want anything to drink? And I'm like, wow, that's that would never happen where I grew up.
It would, but for different reasons.
Yeah, it'd be a cup of tea laced with a little bit of poison or something, right?
Well,
it's just amazing how pleasant the folks are there. I want to take my wife there sometime, because we went there with my dad on a cruise a few years before he passed, and we had a really good time, and my dad had a really good time. And but you only see the island for the day or whatever, and you go on to the next spot, and whatnot. But I'd like to go there again. I stayed there for 10 days when when I graduated from high school. Immediately I saved money, and I says, I'm going to Bermuda. And my mom says, you never flew in a plane before. What do you mean you're going to Bermuda? Who are you going with? I go, nobody, just me. What? Are you crazy? I go, no, I'm not worried about it.
Is Bermuda like a normal? You have a lot of flights going to Bermuda from the States, from different areas?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, not as much as, obviously, most of the flight, a lot of flights, tons of flights going to Florida, of course, but there's still a fair amount of flights that go to Bermuda.
Yeah.
And now the thing was, like, when back in the 70s, late 70s, when I went, Bermuda primarily survived on tourism. Then
it's the same now, I suppose.
See, then later on, they got into being a place that dealt with offshore banking, and banking became a big thing for people moving their money around, and the tourism part was not their priority. So tourism kind of like backed off a bit, and the banking industry became the big part in Bermuda. And then I think eventually, like when we went on the cruise, I forget how many. Well, my dad's been gone for 12 years now, but let's just say 14 years ago or 13 years ago, when we went on the cruise, we were on one of those, just a boat tour type of thing, and the person narrating said, we're getting back to our roots now, and we've backed off a lot on banking, and we're trying to reestablish ourselves more as a tourist place again, because they kind of lost their direction there. I think what happened too was, a lot of places that were handling money, the U.S. government was tracking where the money was going and from whom, and
they all moved to Panama.
Going after the money and going after the banks in those countries or whatever, and it became a little unsavory. So now they were going back to tourism again. So that was interesting.
Same thing happened in Europe anyway. I think that's why. Well, they all went to Panama or to the Cayman Islands. I wouldn't know. I just read the news.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
I
yeah.
was surprised to hear from a colleague that there is like a flight connection between the Azores and oh no, I'm sorry, that's not the Bahamas, that's Bermuda. I was confusing both. But I was wondering who flies between Bermuda and the Azores. I mean, are Bermudese going on holidays to the Azores or the other way around? I don't know.
People with money.
Yeah, could be, because those flight connections weren't there when I was in the Azores.
Well, and Bermuda was always a country that they really were strict about anyone who wasn't natively born there couldn't live there.
Okay.
You had to have a special skill set or something in order to get permission to even live on the island. And then, of course, when banking became prominent, a lot of the people in the banking industry that came from the States were able to live in Bermuda because of the banking industry. But for the most part, it isn't like an island where somebody says, "Oh, I want to live in Bermuda," or "I want to retire in Bermuda." Probably not going to happen for you. Wasn't going to happen.
I know close to nothing of Bermuda.
But yeah, it's a beautiful island. It really is. And then I liked went there once on diving as a diver, and went there once for an anniversary with my wife, and took the kids with us. We went to Turks and Caicos island chain. And
I've seen those from above on the way to Costa Rica.
When I was a diver, we went to South Caicos, and South Caicos, basically when I went, and that was also probably in the early 80s. South Caicos had one place to, one hotel. It was called the Admiral Arms Inn. And you had literally, it had a bar, it had a one-armed bandit in the bar. You got fed, native food. And if you went outside and you had a shack near the water that had the dive shop and had all the, had the compressors and had the scuba tanks and everything. And you had a boat that you went out on 2 or 3 times a day, and the natives were all basically half naked, and you saw half naked natives, and you saw donkeys, and other than that, you went scuba diving. So you ate, you drank, you gambled with the one slot machine, you played table tennis, ping pong, and you went diving, and that's all you did. And then literally, let's see, 25 years later or more, I went to Providenciales, which is the capital of Turks and Caicos, with my wife at a sandals resort with kids. And I got to dive every day again. And the difference was, when I dove there in the 80s, I would see sharks everywhere when I looked down in the water, and we dove in with the sharks. When I went there 25 years or so later, I did not see one shark for the whole week. Not one. There was not any sharks left. And then we went on a boat tour, and we drove by South Caicos, went by the island, and that same Admiral Arms Inn was still there. And I said, "Really? Is that still a hotel or whatever?" And the guy says, "Oh no, the whole island is been taken over, has a small group of oceanographers and research scientists and stuff, and they stay in what was that inn at the time where I stayed when I went 25 years before. But the building was still there, but it was used by scientists and stuff now. So that was pretty neat."
I'm just Googling it, and there is an Admiral's Inn on an island somewhere.
Yeah, South Caicos.
It could be.
Sounds like a nice place to be.
But Turks and Caicos, I'll tell you, I never saw water so pretty as there.
Okay.
Everywhere I went, beautiful beaches, beautiful water, beautiful color, phenomenal visibility. If you're a diver, I mean, it's wonderful, wonderful corals, but no sharks anymore. No sharks.
Yeah, no, that's a pity. Yeah.
You know, but you know, it was all from shark fin soup.
Yeah.
That's what it was
Yeah.
from. It was from vessels killing the sharks for shark fin soup.
Yeah.
Wipe them out, wipe them. You know, but it's funny how things can change in a very, you know, I mean, as far as 25 years is really nothing when you look at the big picture, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
a lot of change in a short period of time.
Not in a good way.
I'm sure you see that, you know, from the traveling that you do. I mean, you've probably seen a lot of changes in the ecosystem and stuff from where you went 20 years ago.
Yeah, 20 years ago, I didn't go that much because my kids were really young.
Yeah.
But I did go to Portugal and Spain a lot. And yeah, but even in the Netherlands, you see a lot less, let's say, the agriculture became here so intensive, you see a lot less birds and insects, especially than a few years ago. Especially insects, you see a huge difference. You can see here where I live, there are still plenty of insects, but it's nothing like if you used to drive and you have a lot of insects killed going against your windshield, and now you drive for hours and hardly any insects are killed. But if you go to the south of Europe, then you notice that there are more insects there, but still a lot less than before. That's one of the biggest differences we see, at least in Europe.
Now, do you have reduced bee populations like we have in the States?
Yeah, yes, we do. But there is also a lot of regulations coming now. I know in the UK they are banning also. My daughter lives in England, so
insecticides.
So I follow the news from the UK as well from time to time. They are banning something as well, which is already banned here. But it's the same with what was killing vultures in Africa and in Asia. It's not a big problem in Europe, but for instance, that product is still used in Spain, but for some reason they are easy to control. It was a medicine, a cattle. It was something for the cattle, and the vultures were dying because of it.
Something that was in the bloodstream, and then when they ate the dead bodies, it killed
carcasses.
Carcasses, it killed them. Yeah.
That never became an issue in Europe. There were plenty of vultures, but I think that thing is still not completely banned in Europe because it's effective against something. But I know in India and in Africa, that thing killed a lot of local populations of vultures within 2 or 3 years. And that's really scary that something like that can happen.
Yeah, it's amazing what we can, wow.
Like it takes a long time to
that scenario where you think somebody came up with a great idea to mitigate a problem, but then you don't realize till later on that you mitigated that problem, but you created a different one somewhere else.
Yeah, it takes always longer to correct those mistakes.
Yeah. Hey guys, it's after 2:00, and I'm going to call it a night.
Okay, Jeff.
For this week. And Luis, hopefully you can get on. Now next week's the photo review, so definitely.
Yeah, I'm going. I will send him a few.
And then hopefully you can get on a little earlier so you can enjoy some of the pictures.
I'm looking what I'm doing next week.
I'm begging for pictures for next week because we only got 25.
Okay, I'll send you another 25. Is that okay?
Send me another. That's fine. I'll take them.
No.
Send me 25. I'll take them.
No, I'll send you a few.
All right, thank you. And I'll just put the reminder up for the handful of people that are still here as the reminder regarding the photo review. August 3rd, next Saturday. Send me the images by the 2nd, by 12 p.m. Eastern time on August 2nd. File size, if you can make them 2048 on the long side, great. If you want to send me some that are a little bigger, I'm not going to complain about it. I'll deal with it. I don't want more important that we get to see good images. And thankfully, the last time we did the photo review, we had already updated our Restream account to have at least we now have 1080p instead of 720p, so the images look a lot better. I'm able to make the images larger on the screen, so we all get to enjoy the images more. So, well, that's an improvement, and hopefully you guys can send us some pictures for next week. And we are going to call it a night, but I thank Greg. Take it easy. Joey, thanks for coming back in. You know, and those that are still hanging in with us here, we appreciate your time very much. It's valuable to you, and we're happy you're willing to spend a little bit of it with us. And for my guests on the panel that are here now, and the ones that were here earlier in the evening, appreciate the support and your help. You keep it interesting. You keep me honest. You keep the subject matter changing. Believe me, although it may seem that I can talk forever, which would be an interesting contest, it is nice to know that if I run out of written material that I prep during the week, that we still always manage to find enough to talk about to keep the show going until 2 o'clock in the morning every week. So I'm not quite sure how we manage to pull that off, but we do. It's a Christmas miracle, but it's every day. It's every week.
You need people in different time zones to help you.
Yes, we do. So good night to everybody. Let you guys say good night, and we'll see you. Hopefully we see you guys next week for the photo review.
Okay. Good afternoon.
All right. Good morning.
We're frozen.